Okay, there we go. We are back live again. It's been about 2 months. And, we took that break there for the unfortunate events back in October. And that's mostly blown over now. I hope everyone out there is doing well. But it is time again for a new Path of Exile 2 season. And I'm not gonna miss that. So here we are. Uh, you've probably seen, if you've been paying attention, many other content creators going over the patch notes. And I'll do a quick version myself, kind of give you the TLDR of what's coming if you haven't heard. But they came out with the Druid with 3 forms: the Wolf, the Bear, and the Wyvern, and 2 ascendancies for the Druid. They also have a build your own dungeon minigame this time around. New Pinnacle boss, 11 new unique items associated with the Vol, the Aztec. Hey, Nancy. How you been, Nancy? Welcome, welcome. They went through and they rebalanced the uniques and skills. And, it's a fresh new economy. So all the trading in the game and stuff is going to be fine for you to jump in. What else is there? 250 new passive skills to the passive tree. Lots of new skills, support gems. Abyss from the last league goes to the core. On the road. Nice. Tell him I say hi right back. How's the deconstruction gaming crew doing over there with your Stardew Valley? I miss that game. Stardew Valley was such a good time. But there's an abundance of balance changes here. The biggest ones to note are the Pathfinder and the Smith of Katava. Huge changes there. The rest, kind of got a nudge up. And, like the Lich doesn't get mentioned at all because I think the Lich was really strong already. So, the Acolyte of Chayula got some numbers bumped up. An absolute ton of passive skill tree changes, gem changes. The strongest summon got taken out of the game, but they're going to buff other ones. They're buffing a bunch of. Also, a lot of the lesser used skills are getting buffed. Tons of them. Lots of unique items are getting buffed up, so you might actually use them. Stardew expanded mod. Nice. I'll have to check that out. At 11, Talkative Tri is doing an interview with Jonathan Rodgers, one of the game developers. So I'm going to check that out. around that time. I'm already getting warm here. This hat is not helping me. It is a warm one today. For the winter, I think we're in the El Nina, is what they call it. A little bit warmer weather. This winter, thankfully, because last winter was cold and wet. They removed the best crafting material, the omen of homogenizing exaltation. Make it a little harder to get the best stuff. And then they also limited all of the best runes to put in your gear to one. So you have to like mix and match them. This is Path of Exile 2, an action RPG. It's kind of a carryover from Diablo 2. It's really the spiritual successor. Me and my friends played Diablo 2 when we were kids, and we waited for Diablo 3 for a few years. But by the time it came out, it had been a few years too many, and it didn't really deliver. So to me, this game is the game that me and my friends waited for. It really is. We really wanted a Diablo 3 to meet our expectations, and this is really fun. Top down. Uh, Defeat the denizens of the hells, basically. But they launch it in leagues. So this league is the last of the druids. So they came out with the druid as a new class to play. Going through here, they're switching some of the weapons around so that you feel like you got a upgrade when you find the next weapon, because some of the weapons were so strong that you just would not switch when you found a higher leveled one. So they switched some of them around. What else is there? They're buffing all the rarity on the tablets, and they're taking away some of it from the gear, apparently. Yeah, Lotro, the Lord of the Rings online, right? Um, yeah, I played EverQuest 2 back in the day myself. I didn't get into WoW, thankfully, because I know some people are still playing it in its many iterations. All right. Uh, well, you be careful out there in the mountains. What else is changing here? Improved visibility of some monsters. Some bugs, and then they just came out with this little section yesterday. They always change the game right up until release. So there's just a few more nodes. They're trying to get parrying buffed up, so people will actually parry in the game, and more unique items they're trying to make stronger, so that when you find one, you might actually use it. Oh, and there's a big nerf to these bows. These dual string bows, Gemini bows that used to shoot 2 arrows. Now they only have 50% chance of shooting an additional arrow, because they were one of those items that were just so strong that once you found one, you wouldn't switch off of it for a very long time, and that didn't feel very good to progress. And more stuff like that with spears. Actually, a lot of stuff like that with spears. And that's that. So, what does this mean? Here, let me find PoE2 Ninja is the website that lets you really look at all the builds here. Everybody, you can put some columns here. I like to put rarity on. Like who's got at least 100 rarity and like 5k HP, 10k HP. Yeah, it doesn't change it much. So basically everybody was playing these two classes. Half of the players were on Deadeye or Blood Mage, and they took out all the uniques for Blood Mage so that they can't scale. They used to stack life and scale their critical damage a bunch, so they tapped that down. And the Deadeye, they used those dual string bows I just went over. They tapped that down, and the Lightning Rod. If we go back to the patch notes, this is what I played on the channel. The limit of the rods is now 10, but the lightning arrow can only trigger the rod 10 times a second. And that's how we were one-shotting all the bosses. We'd trigger we'd put down all the lightning rods. The boss would do its animation to come out and try to fight you. And then we'd shoot a bunch of lightning arrows through tornadoes, and it would multiply the lightning arrows, and they'd all hit the rods, and all the rods would shock the boss. And that's why I didn't get to interact with many of the bosses in the game. I still don't know what all of the ones in Act 4 do, because they just instantly died. So they're tapping that down, and they're also giving the bosses this damage reduction of 80%, I think, when they just come out of their animation. So if you try to do that, they at least get a few seconds of damage reduction, and you can't trigger the rods as much. So both of these should go down, which means Ritualist, Lich, and Invoker are all going to be the next classes and builds that can come up, along with the Druid. And I think I haven't played a Lich. I have played an Amazon. I didn't do the Ritualist on the channel. I did the other one, which isn't even on this list right now. The Amazon. There it is. So I think I'm going to go with the Lich this time. And all the Liches run some sort of essence drain build, like this guy. Should be a good example. And they just stack a bunch of plus level to chaos. And enemies you curse take increased damage. Get as much energy shield on your chest as possible. This guy doesn't have the quintessential helmet. I guess he decided he didn't need it. But the new Pinnacle boss is at Ziri. And seems like a lot of people switched off of the helmet. But here's at Ziri's Disdain Golden Circlet, the unique item. This guy has it on. And we'll be able to double corrupt this now. So that should be good. Oh, this guy's got a really good one. 30% increased cost efficiency he corrupted onto it. Anyways, this is probably about what we'll go for. He's also got a Headhunter belt. Something like this. Oh, if we ever get one of these Palm of the Dreamers. Might use that. And yeah. So that is my plan. I kind of want to play the Druid, but this is more reliable, let's say. We can already not necessarily like follow a guide, but we kind of know, we have evidence of what the build is. So it can be a little complicated. And it's nice to have something that's already, the path is already forged, and that way I don't need to try to pay a lot of attention to what's working for the druids. You know, they might have a new secret ascendancy like the Abyssal Lich last time, but obviously not for the Lich. This time I would assume it's the Gemling Legionnaire. That's going to get a secret ascendancy, and I think it'll be like a Val Legionnaire, because they have one mechanic that you can replace your limbs with other body part, with like mechanical body parts. And I feel like if you do that to a Gemling Legionnaire, these guys socket the gems into their body, like this guy's eyeball. And that one makes the most sense to me to put as a secret if you were going to do a secret ascendancy. It would be that, or it would be the Blood Mage. But I don't think they're going to do the Witch twice, because the Witch already got the Abyssal Lich. So my assumption is the Gemling Legionnaire is going to have like a Val Legionnaire thing. On the database, we have all the new skills for the Druid on here, and all of their forms, like the Wyvern's Flame Breath. And all the new currencies from the new Build Your Own Dungeon mode. But yeah, let's get in game. And I'm just going to run a little bit of Witch and see how it feels. Hardware survey. No, I'm good, Steam. I'm good. So they didn't move my Deadeye into standard yet. It is still in the Rise of the Abyssal League, but we have 2 hours until the interview. Let's see how far we can get in 2 hours. I mean, we can do it in the Rise of the Abyssal League, but let's just do standard. Yeah, let's do it in the league.
Foul witch! Your very own coven cast you out.
the just lichy witchy. They said they did a lot of performance improvements too, so hopefully we can get better FPS eventually. Not that my rig has been having too hard of a time. Oh, I also need to take off my item filter.
I will not join the dead today.
Take off the item filter.
You're the first ones. You're alive. I'm glad to see the mill now. I would appreciate it if you
A little bloody.
reach Clearfell. Find the
Okay, I gotta equip that. There's.
I'm going to like it here.
So I think what I do is normally kill everything, and I'm gonna have to stop doing that. To try to, whoa.
This oozes darkness. I welcome it.
Okay. We put that on right click, I guess. Oh, there's unearth. Okay. You have to use the skill. Okay, I see how. I always get stuck there. I was like, you have to use the skill that it gives you to put down the wall. Okay, that seems good. Now it's just this guy. I don't know which one does more damage, the left click or the right click. Oh, maybe if I kill these guys. There we go. And we got it. Okay, skill points. Definitely go damage while you're going through the campaign. It's all damage, all campaign. If you have an option between damage or health, just do more damage. Once you start getting to the end of the game, that switches over.
There's a beast at the path you could channel your violence.
Okay, now we definitely want Contagion,
as Finn calls it. We'd be indebted to months.
I would assume. And accept the quest. We can identify the gloves, I guess. I'm not going to use any of those.
welcome. If I don't, who knows what prizes await? Not see you. I'll trust.
It could not be. It's all.
And just like get all the quests, I guess. I don't really know how to go super quick, even though I've done this a few times. +1 to the level of all physical spells. I mean, that's really strong. For my physical spells.
Stay safe.
If you... Oi, anything take your fancy?
And these are all not for me. Does she have armor for me?
Hello.
No. Oh, this grants a skill. Skeletal Warrior Minion. I didn't even realize that.
Goodbye.
It's on my offhand.
Who knows what prizes await?
These are gambling, right? Yeah, this is all gambling. Oh, I have gold.
Why then?
My gold carries over all my characters, I guess. Did not realize that. But I'm not going to use anything, so let's just carry on. I don't want to use my gold if I'm not going to have it next season. Let's just rush it. So here, first map. Nope, that's microtransactions. There's a boss in the mud barrow. Oh, here's a waypoint.
The darkness subsides. What a
Oh, yeah, I need to put on my contagion.
something foul stirs beneath the surface.
Okay, I don't think I need to be killing all these guys though. Oh, well, this is the abyssal mechanic here, so I guess we will do this. They're pretty strong, or I'm pretty weak. Put the hood on, get some energy shield. Well, this is the side boss.
A descent into darkness.
I
I
probably...
wouldn't have it any other way.
There's a blue pack. Oh. Yikes. I need another skill gem is what I need. Can I not? Where's my skills? I could do more skeletons? Okay. Chaos Bolt doesn't do damage over time. It just inflicts withered. Okay. Well, I'll just go find the boss in here, I guess. Wherever the boss is at. There's also like a loot room. Here's the boss.
What a pretty worm.
Okay, my damage is not good.
Death and decay.
No. Okay. Okay. He got me. Is he back at full? He's back at full. Okay. Well. I got killed by him just crawling around. That wasn't even an attack. He was just diving around through the ground. So, I guess we'll just stand over here. the tail. Oh, here we go. We can make more minions off of the summons. All the little larvas we can turn into minions. Now we should get some good damage, maybe? Dang, I really want to find a better weapon or something. This is not very quick. I should have took that +1 bone skill. Oh, I stunned him. Okay. That took forever. But we did it. More damage. Definitely need more damage. Also, maybe you have a better wand? Cast speed. Level 2 skeletal warrior. Increased spirit? Okay.
May it serve you well.
We could also identify the bow and sell it. That's a very strong bow. I would like to use that, but let's see what the boots. Hell, increased movement speed boots. Awesome.
Another for my collection. Thank you.
And here's a skill gem. Contagion just does damage per second. Modifiers to spell damage. Okay, yep, blah blah blah. It just has damage over time. Where's Essence Drain? Okay. We need to get to level 3. Let's put the snipers on.
Snipers do.
That's all my spirit. Okay, 2 snipers. Yeah, seems fine. And put these away. Rinley, support gem, Chaos Bolts, Contagion. Withered lasts longer. Let's just cast faster. Not sure. Not sure what the play is there for the support gem. Wow. Also on this map, there we go. Got another skill gem that we don't need. That I know of. There's a mini boss crone. There's a crone witch on the map somewhere. And we ran all around and missed her. Here it is. Oh, pros. Oh, I'm kind of cooking her. Okay. That was fast. So these archer skeletons are super strong. Oh, we got a helmet, a focus. sure. And I think that's it. Where's my map? Yeah, so that's everything here. It says locate an abyss. I think I can do that anywhere. Right? Or does it want me to... Nah, let's just keep going on. I think I already did locate an abyss, but that's fine. To the Grellwood. So this is where it introduces the werewolves. And here, we need to find an NPC. This guy.
Well, well. Who is this? That my minion. I'll wait here.
And then...
Will protect me.
What key was this? You? The witch, the hut, and the bramble gas. Okay, there's a few things to find here. I'm not gonna bother myself with fighting everything. Whoa. Oh, here's an abyss. Ah, there's the contagion. Now, like my FPS here, it's struggling to stay at 80. None of this stuff really matters. I gotta not pick up as much. That's kind of my downfall. Just do damage. And still can't do these skill gems. I don't need to kill any of these guys. Typically the blue packs are worth killing because they had more experience, but not the normal ones. Here's the hut. Okay. And here's the witch.
A sister in the Grellwood. Curious.
Oh, she killed all my minions.
None can oppose me. You tarried too long, dear sister.
I just got evasion boots, another support gem, magnified area. Supporter skills remove 100% of your maximum life from a nearby minion on use to deal more damage. Okay, that's cool. Why not? And here's where you get your medium flasks. But if you put them on right away, they're empty. You have to go back to town. To the well. But now we just need to find the Bramblegast. Pretty sure that's a dead end, and it's all a dead end. Okay, wonderful. Oh, there's a skill gem. Nothing over here, huh? Okay, I can just get this to level 2, I guess? Oh, I can actually highlight the corpses now. Target, I guess there's witch skills that target the corpses. I'm not used to doing that.
No.
Now see, I've already picked up too much, and I just need to toss stuff on the ground. Because I go too slow. A lot of this stuff, not super worth it to waste your time on. Here's the Bramble Boy. Can I kill him?
Beautiful monstrosity.
Do I need a dodge? Oh. Oh! I need to dodge that. Ooh. He's smacking me up. Okay.
Pity to end you.
I don't need any of those items. It's just another level 2 gem. I need level 6. Level 3 gem. And this one's level 2. Okay. Well, that's everything here. Now we just go into the next area, which I think is just straight north. There should be a waypoint for me to get also. Interesting. We can do more damage. Oh, here we go. There's the checkpoint, and you go down here. And you get the waypoint, so you don't need to find this place later. You can't go through here now, but now we just need to find the way out, which could be over here. Nope. Man, what a bad map. I must have looked right next to it. I guess it could be up left. I didn't like touch the wall over here. Oh, it is. It is up left. There we go. Red Veil. That's what we wanted.
blood, bones, and rust.
And here we just need to do the required fights. Oh, I fell over. Oh no. Okay, I'm okay. It's all good. I'll do this one. There's a lot of guys here. you can really get a lot of minions up with this right click. Unearth. Every time you kill one of them, you get a little temporary minion. Don't need any of this stuff, I don't think. None of it's for me. So one thing I might want to do is get an item filter ready, but pretty sure that takes some time to update. Here's a blue pack. There we go. You gotta get the contagion to spread. There we go. It's another blue pack. Oh, right, these guys have gas arrow. I haven't been using that. I don't have any fire anyways, but...
Impudent undead.
Okay. Anything good? I don't think so. Just drop some of this stuff. And get you running. Oh, here we go, another blue pack. Let's make sure we use our skill points. Checkpoint into another obelisk. That was good. Nice and quick on that one.
That voice. He sounds like fun.
Don't see the other thing on my map. I'm just kind of winging it. Oh, here's... Oh, it's over here. Okay. Yeah, this is a lot. Oop. I may have messed up on this fight, but not too bad.
Very loud.
Feathered rope. Can I get the tower shield in my inventory? Doesn't look like it. Anything else here? I don't think so. Yeah, that's all that's in the zone. Very nice, very nice. Now, at this stage of the game, you can't identify... Oh, maybe we can just go do that real quick. Travel to Clearfell.
I see you've friendly. Keep searching the veil.
I need to talk to somebody, that's right. Talk to somebody. We get another skill gem we don't need. Right? There's nothing else I could use that for. Now we go back to the Grellwood. Right?
Sorry, I was just...
No. You talk to Mortimer, and then you talk to Renly, and then you get these. That's what I needed. And then we go to the Grellwood, and now we can unlock this guy.
You have them. Bye.
But he's not awake.
Now the others.
Do as I command. Release this shade to my service.
So you still can't identify your stuff for free. Pretty sure.
He's in.
And then we go back to the camp. We talk to Una. Yep. And then if you have money, you can buy scrolls. 10% move speed and rarity. That's good.
Oh, I like this one.
She just looking for some good stats at this point. Even if the item's not really typically for you, it's got really good stats on it. Just put it on. Like this. I need 10 strength for this. It'd be really nice to have a body armor.
It's beautiful. Except...
And... skill gem, skill gem, skill gem. That seems
Stay
fine.
safe if you can.
Oh, here's a level 3 skill gem. We did get one from doing that quest, I guess. I guess we get our essence drain now. Don't see why not. Skeletal Arsonist can ignite the sniper's gas arrow. But I need my main... This is my main damaging ability, as far as I know. So let's put that on mouse button 5, and then maybe I can do the gas arrow on E.
Sorry, I was just... These are just some odds and ends of mine.
You're probably not going to use any of these. Just sell them. We did level up a couple times, and what I didn't do was come back to town and check if I had good stuff to buy from leveling up. Gain as extra or increased? Well, we can take mana drain now, I guess. Oh, 33% increased lightning. Yeah. Oh, I don't want increased lightning though. I don't do lightning. Increased spell damage though.
Let one go.
Allies in your presence deal more. That's pretty good. Disenchant. Nope, I want to sell this.
I like that.
Alright.
Yes.
Here's a support gem. I didn't get
Even
from
a
him
crack in the
earlier.
wall. Take a look.
Here's my armor. Let's grab one. Let's just grab this 52 energy shield armor.
You'll survive well in that.
And is there any gloves for me? He doesn't have gloves for me. My boots are pretty good. Helmet, 22. 57 armor on these gloves. Yeah, that's a really good pair of gloves.
A fine choice.
Just to start with.
Stick to the
And then we just call it good. We just gotta we gotta get going. We can't be dallying. We go to the mushroom boss.
If the face spirit.
Sing it. Essence Drain. Prolonged duration. Less duration. But more damage. Let's just do duration, I guess.
The old magic still thrives. The waste
I don't know. So this,
You've some
if I remember, down here is not a great area to hang out.
worthy sister.
There's like, okay, that's mana drain.
Death and decay.
I don't remember. These are just afflicting me with spreading debuff. Oh, this is both contagion. Where's Essence Drain? This one? Okay. Okay, that one does a lot of damage. I see. There is an event here, though, from the mechanics, so... I don't really want... Let's put this here. And then my right click can just be contagion. Okay. Getting my keybinds right is... changing them is always annoying, but you gotta get them right eventually. Sooner better than later. That's better. So, yeah, we just spread this across the whole group of them, I guess. Should we get some arsonists? We could level up Contagion. I guess we should level up Contagion. I think that's all we really need. Oh, here's the boss. Awesome, we found him. That was
This
slick.
village has seen better days. Suffer and die.
Uh-oh. Just keep my dot on him, I guess. Okay.
At least he died in a
I don't have like a hitting skill
Some
now.
nonsense.
Except unearth, I guess. None of oh, this is for me. Maybe upgrade? That's a lot of lightning damage. We might need to there we go. Oh wow, it's hard to reserve 2 snipers. Is it possible? Oh well. We have 1 sniper still. Now we just need to get out of here. Uh-oh. I am having trouble walking through these tight corridors without dying. Oh, here's a boss. No wonder. Oh, you spam essence drain and the projectile does base damage. I didn't realize that. It does do base damage. Okay, so I should just be spamming this.
Wither away.
I missed my withering wand. Oh. Okay, we don't need to kill any of these guys. Let's just run it. Hopefully we don't get knocked down. And that's the end of the zone. I'm pretty sure I didn't miss anything in there. It's just a boss. If you look back at the Grim Tangle, yeah. And then in here, though, there is 2 crypts. There's a ring to find. Around the outside, normally. You can get your first ring drop. But don't really need to worry about too much here. Oh, in the chest, I guess. Nothing much. Wraith. Here's one of the. Oh, here's the ring.
Beloved son, your
There you go.
death shall be avenged.
It is a mana ring. We got another support gem for. I don't know, Contagion? Increased AoE? Yeah, I guess it'll increase the spread radius. Why not? Oh, here's a boss.
Another corpse to serve me.
Yeah, just get a rune. Nothing really for me. It's good XP, I guess. Try not to bring my map up when I'm streaming too much because it's kind of hard to tell what's going on anyways, but if you look at it on the top right, it can be hard to see sometimes. Oh, here's a little event. Oh, I'm frozen by the Wraith. Oh, I'm frozen by the Wraith. There's the Contagion. Okay. Regal Orb.
Trinket.
What are we going? Chaos damage? Yeah, I think we go chaos damage. That is the build. And here's the first tomb. And we're almost an hour in. Okay. And here... I don't want to fight these guys, but I need to get better at like rolling through the hallways, I guess. Just roll by them. There is a loot in here, an armory or something, some sort of... Oops. Is this worth it? Let's put it on. It's got a lot of stats on it. It's probably good. Another event. Well, I mean, this seems pretty smooth. I remember going through here at the beginning of the season and I was getting kind of dumpstered. A scepter? I can't identify it. So I just need to get this contagion to spread. Getting lots of drops. I think we just ignore most of them. Takes too long. We'll find better stuff soon. There's a blue pack. I don't mind killing a blue pack. Checkpoint and the boss fight, maybe? Yeah, we got lucky.
Show me your power, dear sister.
So we just spam left click A. You see the right, the contagion debuff is the right circle up there. So we want to make sure we keep that on her too. So, I mean, that was pretty easy. The damage over time is really strong. It's really, really strong. Oh, here's another. Here's a rare scepter. Any of this other stuff? Not. Oh, greater mana flask. I guess we could go, I don't like to go to town. It takes too long this early in the game, but you know, it's gonna slow us down. But we got stuff to identify. We might as well.
Sorry, Alvin makes fun of my collection.
I think some of these are good.
It's charming.
Like this one, Spirit, added physical damage, attack speed. That's got to be better. Oh, we can't equip it. We need level 10. Oh. See, we've been skipping so much. I've never ran into the problem where I'm under leveled for. I can't. I need level 10 for that. Double socketed, but the energy shield's really low. I think we can just sell the rest of this stuff.
Another for my collection. Thank you.
Should be fine. And
Stay safe.
I'll just drop this stuff in here. Maybe I should hold on to it so I know what I've picked up, because I have all my stuff from the whole league in my stash. So I'll just hold on to some of these orbs and stuff in case I want to use them. But that's an hour. That's pretty slow for an hour. We gotta find the other tomb. Oh, well, that was right next door. Pretty quick. I forget which one of these has the reward treasury.
Where are you hiding?
Oh, I'll do this, I guess. I do need levels. Oh, here's a boss. Awesome. So I think the trick is to target a little minion
Give my power to wield.
and get them to spread. Oh, it's just a white item. That's gold. I guess it's just a bunch of gold. Nothing we need. Oh, there's another boss. Nice, he just targets the minions and we can stand behind him. Those guys are normally really annoying because they reflect your projectiles. But when you have minions, they just attack the minions. Skill gem. Should we get some arsonists? Some skeletal arsonists? I think so. Can I get one arsonist, please? It costs 50 spirit. I cannot get one arsonist. Unfortunate. I wasted that. Until I get more spirit on my character. There's a bone wand. I'll pick it up. But I gotta get through this area. I don't need to kill all these guys. Don't know where the middle of the map is though. Over here? Oh, here's an event. Get this contagion spreading. Spreading my essence drain. Let's get the gas arrow down on the spawn. Wow, that worked really well. Hermit garb. Some of the stuff's kind of for me. 20 energy shields. Mine's at 22. This is where I'm like, yeah, let's just upgrade this. Whatever. Seems good. It's still only at 22. Max life? Yeah. Probably not worth, but it's been done. All this stuff I just need to run by. It takes too long. And I need to find out where the middle of the map is with the boss. Maybe it's over here. Oh, here's another boss. A little rare. Just a bunch of vestments, leggings. It should be south, I guess. Lots of monsters. Somewhere down here, surely. Boss? Where are you? Oh, here's a blue pack. Take out a magic pack. Checkpoint? Is this it? Ah, here's the Forgotten Riches. So I went the wrong way, but I found the Forgotten Riches. And that means there should be a button. Here's the button. I found the loot room. Just a lot of gold and a golden chest with some subatones. So I went the wrong way, but we have the checkpoint. Can we? Do we go back to the beginning? I don't think we do. I think we keep running this way. Up here, maybe? Kind of lost. It's got to be down, like, west over here. We're pretty strong already, though. We got, like, 300 health. There it is. Okay, we're there. That took us like 10 minutes. And he should spawn right here.
Are not long for this world.
We just left click him. Yeah. We just left clicked him real good there.
Your empire
None of these are
is no more.
really for me. I don't really care about them. And that's all that. Now we need to search for the Count's grave past the memorial gate. So we need to go return to the cemetery and open the gate. Yeah. So that's right at the beginning. Right? Yeah.
Do my eyes again this
And we gotta kill this guy.
open. Praise the first one.
Is there anything good for me to identify? It's just gold. All this stuff is just gonna be gold.
Great.
Lots of gold though to start with.
Isabel. Talcum.
Oh, here.
Callum,
Oh, I can equip this now.
family of Count Lachlan of Oldham.
That means I can get an arsonist.
This doesn't make any sense. They're dead. Those
Oh, it's
bastards
discipline.
eternal.
What's discipline do?
Make them
Energy shield. Oh, I killed my minions with his starting animation. That's super cool. Oh, I forgot about that. This guy is no joke. By the way. He does not mess around. But the build's working. We are getting it.
Dreary little tale is over, old man.
We're gonna have to come back. I do want to sell that. Just gold, but...
You found the...
Oh, he's alive now. Great. Now we can identify our stuff for free. I don't think I need these spells. Bone Cage? I don't think I need that. I can level up my snipers.
So if we are to heal. Sorry, then makes
And
fun of my
then
collection. I think I will treasure it.
if it doesn't have rarity on it, I just want defense, so max life. Yeah, I think I just
I like
sell
this one.
everything.
Stay safe if you can.
I got a ring. And then we're out of here. I should have identified this too. Oh well. Rest of it, don't care. Hunting grounds. Run, run, run. Go fast. It's already been an hour, man. How does some people beat this in a first area in an hour?
Straight to it then. The hunt begins.
I can't like not do these little events.
Spin it, guide us.
I feel like if you only do the events, you're probably fine. It's probably fast enough. Don't, you know, I also like to kill the rares and the magic packs. So I'm just running by the white mobs, essentially.
Strike before it slips away.
Oh, wow.
What a good hunt.
Like this.
Hope you if you if we run enough.
There's a abyss next to the ritual. Okay, so I do want to put the contagion on before I essence drain. To make sure it spreads. I get it. Is that it? Oh, we got an exalted orb. Let's go. First exalted orb. Level up. I don't even know where we go first. This is chaos damage, probably over here. This is chaos damage. I don't know, this one seems closer. Level 4. Get Finn up here.
Though it is full of scared hero. Now I'm gonna get while the getting's good.
Level up our essence drain. Sure. Now here, you just need to find the way out. So there's a ritual, there's also Crowbell, and then there's 2 ways out of this. You need to find the waypoint to Freythorn and the Ogham farmlands. So this area can take a sec if you want to do all the little side missions. And I'm just going to run around the outside of the whole area, and hopefully I can find them quickly. There's no way people speedrunning are doing all of the side stuff. I don't believe it. I already have a mana flask. I don't need that. Get out of my inventory. There's a boss, though. Now I will fight you guys, because there's a boss here. You get a little rare. Okay.
Can oppose me.
Hexer's Robe. It's a level 11 base. I don't really have trouble not dying yet. Could probably skip that base. What am I at? Level 11 exactly. Okay, here's the farmlands. I'm just gonna go through and get the... If you just go through and get the waypoint, that way in case your map resets, you can just come out to the waypoint. There it is. Because you will lose the checkpoint if you have to go to the bathroom and your map resets. I think it's like between 5 and 10 minutes. Here's the ritual. It's just got a rare, huh? Support gem. What do we need? Rapid attacks on the snipers. Breaks armor. Discipline? Oh, clarity. Mana regen. This reserves an additional 10 spirit, huh? Oh, is this even on? Do I need to turn it on? Oh, it is on. I mean, I'll take the mana, I think. Or life regen? I don't know. Maybe I'll just go damage. The arsonist wants... Let's just go rapid attacks on the sniper. Why not? Make him attack faster. I don't need to kill any of these guys. We'll just find the Crowbell and find the second exit to the area. Oh, there's a boss over there. Let's go get the boss. Little rare boss. Oh, he's got mana drain. You're gonna stay away from him. The blue donut is mana drain. You do not want to get mana drained. I gotta keep remembering to put my gas arrow down for my archers. Okay, I don't need to fight. Just run, 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 run. Crowbell? No, this is Freythorn. Okay, we got a checkpoint here, but there's no waypoint. No, there is. Nice. Okay, now we have both the exits. I just want to find the Crowbell boss as fast as I can. Checking the game out. Oh yeah, it's a fun one. You should definitely check it out, Nancy. You can do all kinds of stuff, crazy builds, different characters. Here's the boss. Nice.
Soon you'll be dead.
We just get all of our curses on him. Keep all those little buffs active in the background.
We're just playing.
Wow, that projectile's really slow now that I'm looking at it. And he's angry. Can we just left click him? Give him some left clicks. Keep him purple. I mean, this build does a lot of damage.
We were just getting started.
It's not too bad. I mean, seems pretty smooth. Got some extra points here. I don't think we need critical stuff. Or anything over here really at all. So we're just gonna go intelligence. Increase spell damage. Yeah, these seem fine for us. Increase spell damage. should work. But we have all of our exits, right? So what we can do, identify, sell, and then jump back through a waypoint.
I don't know how to. It's in my. Please, take your time and
Just
offer my
gold.
collection. Thank you.
167 armor. I don't have 21 strength though. So we just sell all this stuff. Another mana flask. Don't think we need that. We got some runes. All my stuff's already level 3. I don't think I'm going to use any of this. Maybe I'll keep on Earthbound to a button. And we just jump back into the waypoint. And Freythorn is the side mission, and it's a lower level, so let's go to Freythorn first. And that took us like 15 minutes just through there, huh? Okay. This map is the worst map in the game because of these little wooden bridges. So you have to be very careful. Oh. Oh, there, it is a boss. I was like, who's hitting me so hard? My casting speed is so slow. There we go. We got him. Is that it? Some blue packs. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll just grab this. It's more damage right here, right now. More damage. Run by all the white mobs. Try not to get knocked down. Roll if you have to. I can't roll through them. I may have made a mistake. Yeah, it appears I am totally trapped. Wait, there's hope. Wow, all those white mobs almost took me out. Don't need to worry about these guys. They're still just all white mobs. And this is a dead end. Wonderful. Wonderful. Where's the ritual? So this, you're trying to find some ritual sites here. There's 3 of them? I can't get the contagion to spread. I'm having a little bit of an issue with that. We're like, I can get the spells on it, but I can't kill. There it is. I got it. Can't kill the one I want out of a huge group. As soon as that spreads once, it's pretty much I win. The pack's pretty much cleared.
Please.
And there's one site. I probably missed one, but here we go. Just keep running through. This looks like one, yeah. Seems like it's working. Oh, here's a rare monster. Ouch. Wow, these sites are really close together. I don't normally get that lucky. Just gotta spread the contagion to the whole pack if I can keep doing that. It's a higher level wand. Don't know if I need to use it though.
Is where the darkness is hiding.
And here's the boss. Right? Maybe, oh, he doesn't spawn right away, I guess. Takes him a second. I mean, they are going down, and I'm pretty hard to kill already. I forget if I'm supposed to move or stand still with the red one. It's like a little mini game. He puts the little red circle below you and a little blue circle below you, and he says a voice line, and I forget which one's which. I mean, I can just tank it, so... He is killing my minions, though, and that is annoying. Uh-oh. Yeah, I mean, since I can take it, I don't have to do the mechanic, but... You should figure out how to do that correctly. But I got such good armor and energy shield from my items that it doesn't really matter. When you get here, the first boss of the first act is Geonor, and Count Geonor is dealing the cold damage. So you want to take the Sapphire Charm, very important. I would not take anything else from that option there. Here we have a focus, increased spell damage, increased fire damage, critical spell damage. Do I want that? Over my minions. Oh, there's actually just an orb. I think the orb is worth so much here. Oh, and I can get this? Okay. Sick. And there's nothing else in this zone. Sometimes the icon on the map doesn't get grayed out and X'd out like all these other ones. But you did do the thing. That was the thing. I did just do the thing. So... I don't know why it doesn't get X'd out all the time.
Greetings. Spirits in the trees. None of it's junk.
We just
Sure, I'll
sell.
take it
Oh, here's
for ranks. See ya.
more spirit, which means... Oh, we also get a spirit gem, our first spirit gem. I think Withering Presence is an aura that applies increased chaos damage? That must be right. I also see people running this Ravenous Swarm. Untargetable minions that attack and poison enemies, and that poison can get spread with contagion. Because it's a chaos damage over time debuff. Poison is chaos damage in this game. So there's purple chaos damage, and then all poison is also chaos damage. I think it has to be Withering Presence. But it could be Ravenous Swarm. But I think I just take the one that I know is gonna work. And I need to get rid of some other stuff to free up some spirit to activate it. No, okay, I got it. It works. I have one sniper and one arsonist. Seems fine. And
Yes.
we just
None of it's
sell
junk.
everything
Not sure what I'm
else.
gonna do with it, but cheers.
Da-da. Do I want greater? I don't know. Doesn't matter at this point. I'm gonna find better stuff so quickly. I think I do go with a focus right now. Over the spirit, even. It's hard to say. I don't know how much my minions are actually helping me. But I lose that discipline, which is the additional 32 energy shield. I think that's fine to lose. I still have Withering Presence on now. I just have no minions. That's fine. I should have... I can just throw this in here, I guess. Just in case I want to use it. I got a few orbs here, I got some currency. And we're an hour and a half in. Still pretty slow by most people's standards. But pretty quick by mine, normally. So... we'll see. I don't know what the damage over time difference is from equipping this. It's 68 right now. And I don't have the gas arrow to spread, but this is active, so let's just see. Don't need to test out too much, but I just want to make sure it's working. Yeah, so they got this new thing over their head. The thing is, can I kill the one I want? There we go. And if you kill the one you want, then you get the contagion to spread. Alright, so this area has a crop circle. It has a chest with a loot in it. What else is there? It has this rare monster over here we can take out. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What modifiers did he have? I can't even see. Those arrows, though. Oh, can I still try it? Surely it reset all the monsters on the map, right? Yeah, reset him. I don't know, those whatever he had on him, those guys were chunking me. Uh-oh. 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 Yo, wait. This area is way harder. What the heck? Okay, let's try this the other direction. So I'm having a little issue killing the target I want. How do I isolate? Like, these guys are slow. I can isolate one, spread the contagion. But when the pack... They swap out whoever's in front, and then whoever's in front eats my projectile. And it's not the one I put the contagion on, so it doesn't spread to the whole pack. That is probably the hardest part about playing this character so far. Blue chest? Oh, a greater light flask. I can upgrade this, like this, and then that's it. Okay, put it on. Okay, we have no charges, so we can get some right here. Yeah. So this is the only two abilities this character uses, like, the whole game. It's basically the same playstyle, except later on you get a totem. You use like a totem that also shoots purple at him. There we go. That's what I want. Yeah, and when you actually get the spread, it kills them rather quickly. Oh. Stuck in the cornfields. Let's use the skill point here. Okay, here's the... I ran by all the little side missions, but we can get the waypoint. And then...
Even the darkest corner is ablaze.
Go back. Do all the little side missions. We've still got to find the crop circle and the loot. I think that's it. Here's the crop circle. So you just get attacked by dogs. Oh, there's a big dog. Okay. Can I turn Contagion into AoE? That would be sick. I think I didn't realize how weak I was because the minions tank for you. We've got some gold there. I think there was a level 4 gem. Yeah. Okay, Contagion level 4.
Monsters that die while infected with contagion.
I would love if Contagion was an area of effect curse and not a single target debuff. Because if I could hit the whole group with it, I wouldn't have to worry too much. There's a tiara. The tiara is level 10. My helmet's level 6, but mine's upgraded, so not too worried about that. Oh, I fell down. You can't get hit when you're running or you fall over. So I've got to try to isolate a baddie that I've put Contagion on and get the spread going. That's my only mission. When they walk really slow, it's really easy. Or they run out like the snake person just did there. I mean, This is definitely the build, you know, not having minions and stuff. Definitely the essence of the build here. The minions definitely felt like they were kind of a crutch you could lean on, though, if you really had trouble not dying. Oh, here's the city. Okay. You find the village. It's not really a city, I guess, but... And then... I just need to get rid of these guys. Hold on. There we go. In one of the huts... Maybe this is the wrong one. I don't see a hut I can go inside of. Just roll through the fire? Oh, there's a quarterstaff. That's so good. Holy moly.
Too much clutter.
Okay. I don't want to go to town. Oh, here it is. How do I get over there? Man, this one took me way too long. I died twice, and I ran around a bunch. Here it is.
The girls moved.
Not bad, not bad. See... Let me make sure my camera is not zoomed in too far. So you give this back to Una, give her her flute, and you get some more skill
I guess now
points.
she'll stay safe. If you can.
There we go. 30% increased damage, reduced cast speed, fine with me. And control left click the hooded one, identify everything. We got level 8 boots, max life. It doesn't have rarity on it. I'm gonna keep my rarity.
Who knows what prizes await?
Rarity is really strong, so we just sell all this. We're not using any of these. And we get leveled up surely, so let's check Una.
These are just some odds and ends of mine.
+1 to lightning spells, not what we're looking for. 44% increased spell damage. This is a level 14 one. +2 to all cold. That's really strong. I think I'm going to take the increased spell damage and hold on to it. I don't know if I would normally do that. It depends on how much gold I had at the time, I guess.
Anything take your fancy?
And for armor, don't know if we're gonna find any upgrades. Our stuff was pretty strong. Just barely more energy shield here. I probably wouldn't buy that if I was just starting out in a new league without all my gold. So that's that. We already got the waypoint. We go into the village. Let's see if we can kill Geonor at least. We've got to run through here and find the blacksmith's anvil, which is pretty rough. Probably one of the harder ones to find on the maps because it is a teeny little door. In one of these huts, and it's very easy to miss. And almost every time I miss it, without fail. Just do a little running around, I guess. Don't need to kill the white mobs. Takes too long. Here it is. Oh, there's a little pack in here.
None can oppose me.
The wands I will look at. Really quickly and finish the quest. Spell damage, physical damage. We get an iron rune almost always. You could take the glacial rune if you had socketed armor and you want more cold resistance. But the iron runes are pretty good too. So
Take a look.
it's a sick hammer, but don't need any of these. A minion flask, interesting. All my stuff's maxed out.
Till next time.
And these are actually starting to take up a lot of room in my inventory. Well, I think that's the first time I've ever found this blacksmith before finding the exit to the level. So, I think that's it though. We just keep running through. It looks to be to the right. Unless I went in a big circle. Which I probably did. It definitely looks like I ran in a big circle. That's okay. Oh, here's an event. We'll do that, sure. I think if I had like really fast pass speed, I might be able to get this thing to spread easier before that mob that I put the contagion on gets hidden behind other monsters. Oh, these guys normally kill me. Maybe they nerfed them. Or maybe I'm just stronger than I was when I played through on the Ranger. Yeah, I mean, that was not too hard. Just using these two abilities together is pretty much all you need to do. A lot of stuff, none of it I need. Yep. Nice. Where are we going now? Mana, energy shield, critical hit. I kind of just want to go get this lingering horror cluster. So we'll just go intelligence over here. Nice. I'm actually kind of stoked I found that on the first try. Hopefully, when we do this for real, it'll be that easy. Don't execute him! Oh no! Okay. So, I have two abilities. I just left click him, and I just keep left clicking him, and we keep the right click. Oh, let's kill these guys. Not too bad. Oh. Yeah, that wasn't too bad at all.
Who is the true master of death?
Don't need any of that.
I will feast on your soul.
There's always some leftover mobs here that are really annoying. So I usually just take those guys out. Just to make sure I can talk to this lady without... I think I did miss something though. No. It's in the next area. I'm thinking about the next area already. Lytus! Get out of here. Oh, that's Act 1. Well, not totally all of Act 1. Still got 15 minutes until the interview.
The manor must be near.
We did get gloves. 15 energy shield? There's no way that's better than all that armor. So one way in here goes to... Oh, we gotta go back to the camp to talk to Lytus in the camp.
For what it isn't.
Ah, here we go. Skill gem level 5. I don't know if we need any of these spells. Pain Offering, Minion Aura, Minions increase attack speed, increase damage for minions, raise zombie, consume a corpse or power charge to create a short-lived zombie. Zombies created from power charges are empowered. This is getting a huge buff. I don't know if we will want to run it. It's a physical zombie minion. Right now I think I'm just going to bring Essence Drain up.
There is an enter.
And call it good. I don't know if it's worth going back to town to check for upgrades every level, because the shopkeepers do refresh every level. This is the dead end, right? Okay, yeah, this is a dead end. I should throw another something on this. +1 to fire? No. We did level up to 14 though. I can equip the wand I purchased for 400 something gold. All these guys are just white mobs. Just normal monsters, don't need to kill them. And I ran in a circle. Okay. Well played. If you get hit, you can roll at the last second and not get knocked over if you're sprinting. So keep that in mind. It'll make the hit sound. Here's a rare monster. Oh, it's temporal bubble. I don't want to be in that.
None can oppose me.
It's just some straw sandals on him. No speed on him though. It's all you're really looking for on the boots is movement speed. Here's some magic monsters. Just go ahead and take them out. They offer more experience than normal. Oh, and here's the rope. This is what I was thinking about. Go up here. Bonk. This guy gives you a gem. Support gem. Withering Presence. Yeah. We can... put that on there, I guess. Essence Drain is maxed out. I'm not using the Undead anymore. I don't really use Mana Drain. It'll just make them wither for longer. Oh, here's a Abyss. Take out these guys. That's a lot of monsters. I can't get the contagion to spread when I'm kiting like this. There we go. Maybe I just cast a few extra times. Oh, it's still going. Wow, that was a good. As they spawned, it was spreading to the spawners. 3 exalted orbs. That's actually huge. That's a lot. So whenever we hit like some sort of wall, I guess is what we're looking for. We want to hit some wall where we can't progress. And then we look at what we need to upgrade. Typically, you don't want to just... If you don't need to upgrade stuff, just don't worry about it. You'll find a better base pretty quick. And here we are. Is that it? That's all the little things. So we go into the manor.
Here I come, big bad wolf.
Now the manor is a little hard, usually. Especially, I don't think I've ever ran through Act 1 this quick. But the abilities I'm using are pretty strong. Not having a ton of issue.
He's even more insane
Oh.
than he else.
Okay. As long as I get the contagion on one of them, I might have to cast Essence Drain a few times. This seems to be doing its job. Oh, there's a boss. Oh, I don't want to die here. There's a lot of loot over there.
Another corpse to serve me.
Some upgrade currency. Sapphire ring! We got a rare ring? That's kind of big. Sapphire ring is cold resistance? Wow, this is a big fight. Holy moly. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's 2 of them. Yo, could you not? Chill. Where's the other one? This is where some minions are nice. Ooh, we got a unique off of them. Alchemy and another exalted. Bronze Greaves. The Infinite Pursuit. Strength, 10% movement speed, 120 armor, 96 max life, 96% increased chance to be afflicted by ailments when hit. That's bad. 25% increased movement speed while affected by an ailment. Well, if I had 23 strength and level 16... seems like an interesting item. Oh, here's Candlemass. I think this will be the last thing we do. I don't think we'll get to Geonor in time for the interview, unfortunately.
First ones.
What a delightfully sacrilegious creature. Drain.
I mean, the damage over time is really strong.
Must have my own one of those someday.
20 max life. Yeah, I mean, we've got like 5 minutes. Oh, we can watch it. We can watch the interview a little bit behind. It doesn't have to be live. I'm going to be pausing it anyways. Let's just get to Geonor here. I think I have another story to go down. Another floor. Is it this way? Oh, it's another story even. No, I don't really want to do that. No! No! I got knocked over. There's all my health flasks. Okay, now I kind of have to. Oh! Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I did a little bit too much running. I miss out on the strongbox. Eh. Okay. I do remember now. These guys do like to knock you down. There's something about their attacks. Oh, hey, look, the strongbox is back. Well, imagine that. Gotta be a little careful with your sprint and the manner. I think also in Act 4, there was a bunch of monsters that like to knock me down. Other than that, though, not a ton of areas that you can't sprint through.
Death is my power to wield.
Okay. Well, there's a level. That's all. Will you knock it off? Don't need... This is tier 2, but I'm gonna take this. Sells for more. I don't know. Is this the way down right here? This could be the boss right here. Oh, it is. Wow, that was really fast. Wait, no. No, I'm looking for a different staircase or an elevator or something. I gotta go. Here we go. Dang, another floor. This is like 5 floors. Oh wait, I think it's up there. I need to turn around. Yeah, I see him. Here's the checkpoint. Don't hit me! Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's try it. We got 1 minute till the interview starts. This will be 2 hours to get to Geonor. Wait. What? Okay, there we go. Okay. So I don't have. What's my 19% cold resistance? Is not a lot. I'm. Ooh. Doing a lot. I just gotta not get hit. He didn't even turn into the wolf yet. Oh. She's taking the beast. Okay, so now he's got his health back. Now let's see how much damage we do. Yikes. Gotta be careful. We're doing quite a bit. 2,000 already. Ah, too soon. Ooh. I'm doing okay. Yeah, here we go. First try, baby. Finish him.
Hey, Exiles, welcome to another live here. Talkative Tri, thank you so much.
Perfect timing.
Today is going to be quite a big day. All right?
Used it against me.
I'll lay out the schedule, and then we'll yap for a little bit. So,
from the desert.
In 57 minutes,
yes.
we will be interviewing game director on Path of Exile 2 and Drain co-founder Jonathan Rodgers.
Please.
Question list.
It's not for another hour. I thought he... I thought it was at 11. I guess it's at 12.
We must make haste. Let us return to Clearfell to make our preparations.
We gotta focus. That's a good drop. What kind of luck is that? Sandals.
Count, we can fight. Stay.
We've done with the good. It seems shadows haunt us both.
We must afraid. Do whatever it takes.
Anything take your fancy?
Just sell all this stuff. Don't think we need any of that. This is energy shield, mana regen, 12% increased spell damage per 10 spirit. Huh. What's our DPS? What happens to our DPS? 104? 101. It's not a huge difference. And we get the mana. It's unfortunate that it's not on a scepter. If we had 23 strength, we could go over to these boots. But we'd lose 8 rarity. Probably don't need that. Oh, we also got this ring. Oh, this would have been great. We could have had a cold resistance ring. That could have been nice. We can also craft this. Ooh, rarity. Yeah. Rarity, accuracy. Accuracy's bad, but rarity's good. And fire res? Sure. Nothing else here. And these are not high enough level to do anything with. Interesting. Oh, I guess I can take off this minion one. And profanity. Yeah, sure. Everything else is sellable. Contagion level 5.
The clan leaders are. Or we just. Who knows what prices are worth? Sure, I'll take it off your hands.
And yeah, I don't need any of this. Up, sell it all. +1 to fire skills. That'd be great if we had fire skills. Might as well grab all that stuff to sell too.
What would you like?
Gotta identify it though. If you don't identify, you don't get the sell price that you deserve.
That'll be useful.
99 armor. Well, that's really good. But we don't have the strength either.
Deal.
Hmm.
Go well.
It does cost some gold to switch your stats around,
Time to change plans.
but not much. What do we need? 23 strength? We just need to switch one of these. To strength. And then we could equip the boots and the gloves. Sure. We lose some rarity, but we get a bunch of movement speed and armor. I think I'm fine with that.
Might make good scrap.
If you ever second guess it, you could just save it, but I think we're fine just selling.
Till next time.
And then we go to Act 2.
How can I be of aid? Betrayal of the Countess has
So that took 2 hours. Not very quick.
Well,
If I could get like an hour and a half, I'd be pretty happy with that.
the weary traveler grows close to the end of the...
You are seeking Payen?
Time to show them what I can do.
I think the act boss of this act does lightning. But right now we just need to go kill the hyena boss. So all these guys are just normal monsters, don't need to worry about them. They just take too long. Oop. Those are ruby ring. Ah, see, I knew there was a boss here. That's why I stopped. I figured all these little desecrated camps that you find, there's usually a boss that desecrated them, or a rare monster right next to them. So you gotta keep an eye out for that. But the rest of the stuff here is just normal monsters. You need to go find their leader. Oh, here's an abyss. We'll do the abyss. Gotta try to get it to spread. There it goes. As soon as it starts spreading, we're pretty good to go. Two more orbs. Don't know where the boss is, though. Ah! Could you knock it off? They worked on the monsters trapping you, but you still need a little bit to get around them. I think this is the right direction. Yeah, there's actually nothing here except the hyena boss. Right? Yep, here we go.
Up there, the leader. Wither away.
actually got me. Wow, these abilities are way super strong. Like, I don't think I've had this easy of a time going through the early parts of the game on anybody else. And apparently the warrior's even easier than this.
So many corpses, so little time.
They say the warrior's the fastest. But, maybe we can get some actual gear here. I don't have anything to identify them. Oh! I made a mistake. Isn't there a way forward? No, we go home. We go to the town. Go to talk to Zarka. Grab this. Don't need it. I'm only using 2 abilities. Now we're on the caravan. Armor and energy shields. That seems pretty good. That's not super good, but it's better than what I have.
Who goes there? I only hope.
Now, if you find something that has high quality, you should always salvage it. The rest of the time, I think just getting gold's usually best early on. We do have fire resistance ring here if we wanted to upgrade it and see what we get. Mana, cold resistance. Well, it's probably not better than either of ours.
Take care.
But I like to save them. These are all way higher level from my other playthrough.
I hear you. Take your
If
time.
it's a base that you want, like I don't need an iron ring because I'm not
As you
attacking.
wish.
But if it's a base you need, we do have an Artificer's Orb here.
Come on.
And we can also see if there's an upgrade wand. 49% increased chaos. That's pretty good. I mean, we're probably going to find a better focus than this unique one even, but I'll buy that.
That was my favorite.
Okay, we got mana and regen. +1 to chaos spells. Okay, it's not +2, but it is +1. So that's a huge find.
Stay in sight.
And
You,
you can just sell your old one.
Ah, that's nice.
Oh, I also have grand flasks. You can just upgrade those. And you can upgrade them right here. Boop. Enchant them. Don't really care what kind of enchantments they get. Just
Here,
higher
where
base
shall I
values
run?
is fine. Let me just check the shops. Doesn't she have armor? No, she has no armor.
Stay in sight.
My wares are renowned.
Dex. There's got to be another armor person here.
Sans
I
guard.
think it's... she's up here?
I am a sal remaining.
No, this is the Sekama.
So, we must the trail connect. Move swiftly.
Well, I guess we have another hour. So Try's just yapping before the interview. So it's going to be at noon. So I'm going to take 5. And rest my yapper. We'll pause it here. What are we at, like 2 hours, 20 minutes? I take 5. 1 sec. Okay. We're back. Back and back. Let's get set up here. Okay, let's see. Maybe we can get through Act 2 in an hour? Probably not. We can give it a shot. So here, we gotta find either a trail of corruption to the quarry. Now the quarry, if you look at the map, always has this Faradun war cache, and I've never found it. Actually, I don't know if it actually exists, honestly. So, you tell me. But this is one of the side missions that I have never done, and I just really don't believe it is real. Oh, here's some monsters. There we go. We got the spread.
Fine little trinket.
Just getting the spread is the hard bit. Don't think we need to worry about any of this. All of these are just normal monsters. Oh, here's some magic monsters. I'll take the magic monsters out. Don't mind if I do. And there's a level 2 support. That's our first one, right? Level 2? No, we need a level 3 support. Oh no, we can get these. Intense Agony or Acrimony. %50 more damage. That seems good. But I need to take off skill effect duration for Intense Agony. Oh, we got a spirit. This will take a second. The bear! Wait, he's chaos resistant. He's resistant to my only damage type. That's why this is taking so long. Is this even worth? I mean, for being chaos resistant, I'm still doing a lot. I mean, he wasn't impossible to kill. Just took a second. Like, I still don't think this Faradune War Cache is in this level. I could search the whole map. Because this is definitely the way to go.
Well, well. It appears a sort of necromancy to
Oh wait, here it is! Faradune War Cache. They actually put it in. Now, is it marked off? It is marked off. Wow. I found that chest every playthrough. And only now did they actually fix it. I wonder what patch that was in. Mana drain is annoying. Not impossible, but annoying. I'm really impressed, I'll say. And the cast time on Contagion is so long. If I put Essence Drain on them first, I can't get Contagion on them to spread. And that's fine, I guess. I'll just put the Contagion on them first. It's okay. I don't need to kill all these guys though. They're just normal mobs. Magic chest. Oh, I should open that. We need to go down into the mine. Oh, here's a rare monster.
None can oppose me.
Don't need any of that. And checkpoint, and we're going down. Should be a lift over here somewhere. Maybe I went the wrong way. Oh, there's another rare. Let's turn around and see if we can't essence drain these guys. Normally I'd pick up the superior quarterstaff and I'd want to salvage it for the quality to upgrade something else later, but that all takes time. We could always buy that stuff. Maybe that's the play. We just buy that stuff when we get to maps. That was the dead end. The mine? There's nothing in the mine itself. It's just like a boss? Is there a boss in the mine? I don't remember. Laced boots? I don't think that's for me. But for me, I mean like an intelligence thing. Oh, here's a abyss. Superior flask, I'll take that. I have one node spec into strength. Typically you spec like 4 or 5 nodes into the attributes that isn't your main attribute, just because you need to equip the support gems. Anyways. And what the attributes give you as their base is like not that important. Like intelligence gives you a little mana, strength gives you a little bit of health, and dex gives you a little bit of accuracy. But those aren't like the big deal. Yeah, it's this boss.
I'll show you insane.
I don't have much fire res. This boss can one-shot you. Right about now. She's gonna go crazy. Oh. Wow, I'm really tanky. Can't believe I didn't die to the one shot. Okay. That's a dramatic death. Chill out. Okay.
No.
She just says no. She just says no. I should craft on this just to see.
Please get me out of here.
Nah.
Winds, one thou please.
Okay.
A defector. I admire them.
Not bad. And we burned another half hour, so we're almost to the interview. Spirit gem? Oh, we could level. Oh, we could do the other gem. Let's try the other gem. I'm curious. If this feels better or not.
What? Here we are.
Don't need a shield. Wow, this is a sick shield though. Triple resistance, increased block chance shield. Very good, very good. Critical hit chance for spells. Increased lightning damage though.
I'll ask Shambrin about this one.
What am I at? Grand? What, level 16 flasks? Like this one? Essence Drain level up. Another support gem. I could put Intense Agony on the other thing I have. Oh, this requires more spirit. I don't know if I need the Intense Agony on Contagion. Yeah, why not? What's Acrimony again? Reduced life regen? I don't think that matters. Like, do the monsters regen life? That much? I don't think they do regen that much life to matter. I've never seen them do something like that where it's been noticeable. I kind of just want to save this shield because it's I kind of like it. It's kind of a good. I'm not going to ever use it. Let's be real. But who knows? It'll sit in my inventory forever because it's that good. If I ever played a shield character, I don't think I ever will. But so we go to the Halani Gates now. I don't think there's anything else notable. I should check the shops
All right.
just to
Of
make sure
course.
there's not like +2 to chaos on any of these.
Who goes there? Browse as long as you like.
We also have like big armor energy shield chest here. Oh, that's pretty big. Definitely don't need life leech.
Warm nights.
I'm not that worried about it though.
This move swift. I know what jumping. Choose.
This
what
is the
you want.
gambler. If you're really missing an upgrade, let's say, what's my weakest upgrade? My stuff's pretty good. You could buy a ring. My ring's got rarity on it. Like, oh, let's say one like a helmet, like an energy shield helmet. You could gamble one. Wow, this is like almost exactly what I have. It's a little bit worse. Now it's a little bit better. Not a huge difference. Probably not worth it to gamble unless you are really missing an upgrade. If you're really, really missing an upgrade, go ahead and gamble. Gamble it up. If you're like level 20 and you have level 5 boots. Well, boots might be a bad example. Because, you probably just have movement speed boots. And then it's going to be really hard to find a upgrade by gambling.
The Halani gates are closed, but there is an farewell.
So, our sit, let us see for glory.
Where are we going? The Trader's Passage?
If you are trapped the traitor, I will say. Warm nights.
Balbala is normally a boss that almost kills me every time.
Creepers and crawlers.
I think of this build though will be easy.
How wonderful. I will put you down. Infect them.
Oh, now we're getting them. So my poison flies are active. I see them flying around. They do appear to be killing stuff really fast. Sapphire ring, skill gem. Wait, where's the... Oh, I didn't finish the abyss. Looks good. Oh, no! Okay. So do the bugs spread with contagion? That's the question. That is the question, because they're minions, right? So if I'm scaling minions, the bugs would be good? Who are the bugs for? Minion, persistent physical chaos duration. I mean, they're just good. Yeah, it spreads them, it seems like. They have a whole nother debuff on them. Kind of hard to tell, because they die so fast. But... yeah. Oh yeah. I think they're better. Yeah, no, I'm definitely doing more damage than, like, I think it was like 30% more damage after the other, I don't remember what it was called, Withering Presence. It goes up to 30%, but this is a whole nother skill that damages them. So instead of doing 30% of the damage I was doing already, this is 3 active swarms is the limit, huh? I think that's plenty. I don't need to be killing all these normal mobs. It's taking way too long in this area. I need to find Balbala. There's also something to pick up in here. Balbala and the bell chest. The bell chest is usually down one of these side rooms. Hard to say, though, which one. There's a magic monster. Oh, yeah. So...
One day, they'll make a
well,
sketch like
I think this is Balbala, right? I think I ran too far. Oh, and here's a spirit, so we're gonna do a little fighting here. Yeah, no, these bugs are going crazy when I spread them around. I am pretty happy with them. It seems like the DPS is up. I think it's a little worse on bosses, though, if I have to be honest. It seems like the bigger guys are going down slower. Oh. Don't need any of these. Oh, here's Balbala. Yeah, we can go back for the chest. The chest isn't super important, I don't think, though. Honestly, do I even go back for it?
If it isn't the traitor herself. Let's get this over with. I prove myself.
Chill. Oh, forgot about the daggers. No, this is really easy. Much easier than my Ranger playthrough, actually. It's not even really close. That's Balbala. Boop, 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 boop. War Spear? Don't need this other stuff. I'll go back for the bell chest. It shouldn't only take a second. I think the swarms also help me kill that target that I put the contagion on. because they just do kind of random damage to some monsters, and oh, I fell over. We do have our notable. Checkpoint. There's the Halani Gate. Not what. Oh no! I fell over again. Gotta stop getting hit. Don't know where the bell chest is. Here's a rare chest. Close. Some magic monsters. It's gotta be... I should have teleported to a checkpoint. Yeah, it's off this early hallway split up here, so it's got to be down this way. But normally I go this way first. Yeah, here it is. I think it's called the bell chest because it rings a bell. Checkpoint? No, not this one. This one. Okay, we're outie. And then we find... We gotta open up the gate and we find the boss at the end. There's one zone here. Some mini boss off to the side. My inventory is full though. So I hate going back to town just for rares. Probably means I need to stop picking them up.
Take your time.
Yeah, don't need... Wow, some of these are really good. But... alas. +1 to the level of all minion skills. Wait a second. I have to equip that. It's not even an option. What?
Take care.
Hello! I've got some trinkets. Ah, that's nice.
Contagion level 6. I don't need the rest of this stuff. Craft on my ring. It's bad. Just gonna sell it. Oh, no, that's not sell. This is sell. +2 to chaos. Level 22.
That one was my favorite.
Okay.
Not wonder.
I actually, in my stash, I have a level 72 +4 to chaos, but that's a level 72. We're really far away from there. We're not hitting that. Yeah, I think that's good. We just wanted to clean up our rares out of our inventory.
She made light work of that.
And the main thing is that you want gold early because it's almost better to just buy stuff from the vendor than try to craft. Eventually you stop leveling up as quickly, and then you want the crafting material. but that takes a little bit. Okay. Exalt, staff, everything else is bad. So we gotta find the offshoot for the mini boss. I don't remember. Uh-oh. Exactly whereabouts that is? But if you get that contagion spread off, man, the whole group is done. Here it is. It's the Impaler. There we go. Oh, all the corpses are magic too. What a big lucky roll here. None of these are for me. Don't really. There's like a superior Cuirass here, which you could take the time if you're really having a hard time, but I don't really think we care that much, do we? People say that Essence Drain Contagion will be worse due to that in-game change where they, one of the things I don't think I mentioned when we went over the patch notes is that it's going to scale up in the end game. Instead of 40% larger packs, they're going to get 40% more health. So people are saying, oh, well, you can't spread the contagion around because they have more health. But I don't know. You have a damage over time ability. Like, you do need to kill the first target. But it's still pretty good on single target. Like, I'm still killing bosses with it, right? It's not like, as long as I can kill one, it's still gonna do its thing. The thing is, I just don't need it to spread as much. Oh, that's another way to look at it. It's going to be harder to make it spread, but I also don't need it to. I mean, you still kind of need it to. Curses, no. I think the next closest one I saw was up here. Enemies you curse have minus chaos res. Now, if I have this, I want to switch back over to the other thing. I do want to switch back over. What if I just type in chaos? Okay, over here, that's really good. Spiral into insanity. No, that's not right. Gain. No. Up here, yeah. No, I don't need that. Minions. Wow, there's not very many chaos nodes, are there? I've got to go all the way over here. And up here. This is also the best node up here, Patient Barrier, so I guess I should go up here. That's really far away. But there's a lot of stuff to get up there. I could also get tankier quicker, but don't really think that's the play either. I guess I just get this little one. We just go up here with intelligence. Jamon Ra, that's his name.
You are unworthy.
Jamon Ra.
I shall dethrone you, Sekama. I shall dethrone you, Sekama.
I think I need another ability. To like hit him with?
You are unworthy. The mannequin will fall by my hand.
I mean, this is taking a while. Maybe if I switched over to the other Withering Presence, does this help? Oh, it's done, right? This is win? No, it's not win yet.
This time, we choose war. We shall finish this.
Now it's win. Well, I didn't really need to switch over, did I?
German Ra, the corpse quickly is running away.
The very sands against us. This is no we must battle sorcery with sorcery. Let us return to the caravan and entreat the darkest wisdom.
Well, we are at the interview. So, I am going to call it there. 3 hours. We took a little break. We made it to level 21. It's pretty slow. Oh, I'm not even a high enough level to use this. But I could get Profane Ritual, and this is not... This is something I cast on a corpse. Despair. This lowers Chaos Res. Dark Effigy. This is the totem. We do use the totem, I'm pretty sure, later. But I'm not even high enough level. I went so quickly. I mean, I'm leveled down for the area, I think. Speak to Asala.
Oh, yes.
And then travel to all these other places. It doesn't show me... Oops. It doesn't show me what level the areas are. I think they're like level 22, 23. Let's call it there, though. Let's bring up the interview. You should be doing it now. Yep. Jonathan. And then we will go over and see what they're talking about. I'm gonna use the restroom first, though. BRB. Alrighty, let's check it out. Check it out, check it out.
Hey, I have you muted right now.
Unmute him.
What's going on here? Why did I not have you populating for some reason? Let me grab you. There we go.
I love
Excellent.
YouTube added
Excellent.
this.
How you doing today? Are you working remote today?
Working remote. He's at home.
Oh, nice. Do you have a short commute or do you have a long one? Oh, that's nice. See, that's good.
He's just so casual. I love Try. So human, as opposed to.
All right, we're gonna do an audio test.
Some people.
There you go.
I'm
right,
just under John. I should be fine.
How does he sound?
Hopefully everyone thinks it sounds all right. I've got my microphone just propped up on a box here, so hopefully it's, I don't have a good audio setup in my, at home.
It's a little echoey, but...
Good, good. Okay, they're good. Okay, all right. Okay. Sounds good.
I think John just needs some more stuff on his walls, or a better mic.
All right, I will do a little bit louder. All right.
It's a little
louder. I'll do it via Discord.
Reverby, but it's whatever. He's at home.
All right, give me one more test for chat.
All right, testing 1, 2, 3. I'm Jonathan Rodgers, game director on PoE2. I normally say when I'm doing these.
Perfect. All right, perfect. All right, I'll do a silly YouTube intro, and we'll hop right into it, man. Thank you for doing this as always. It's always a pleasure.
No problem.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Hey, Exiles, welcome to yet another episode of the Still Sane podcast. I am here with the game director on Path of Exile 2, Jonathan Rodgers, to talk all things 0.4, Fate of the Val, the last of the Druids. There's a lot packed into this update. But before we get to all that's packed into it and many burning community questions on it, I did want to take a few minutes to talk about what's not packed into it, okay? And that's obviously the endgame, right? Endgame was slated to have a big revamp for 0.4. It was pushed to 0.5. You guys were very upfront about that. Now, one
it's like
question
a
I've
punch
seen a
in
lot
the
in
gut.
Community is, given in 0.3, you guys did push a good chunk of substantive endgame changes in that 0.1 update that ended up being pretty positively received.
Yeah, they took out the towers.
Chance or opportunity for a 0.1 patch for 0.4, wherein you do make some endgame alterations?
We certainly could do that, but if we're doing that, it'll be because we're seeing feedback about more mechanical things as opposed to content. Like, one of the big things that we that's supposed to be coming for the end game is a lot more content stuff and change to the Atlas tree and that kind of thing. So I don't think we'd be doing that in like a 0.4.1 type update. It's more about like if there's something that's like going wrong with what we've got, or like things where we're like we're unhappy with the current way it's working. That's the kind of changes that we would then do in a 0.4.1. But in terms of like content, those would usually be for the larger kind of releases. So that's
no content.
That makes total sense and expected from me. Then the systems that you currently have implemented, the Arbiter of Ash, okay? He has this new reward to beating him. You unlock rare tablets, so you can juice a lot more than you could previously in 0.31. Now,
so if you don't know, I haven't even fought the Arbiter yet, because you need to get a lucky spawn on your in-game map of these citadels that have 3 keys, and then you put the keys into the Arbiter of Ash's door, and you unlock a boss, essentially. And I haven't had a reason to play that much in the end game until now, because now you can't get the full amount of loot and really the full amount of difficulty out of your end game until you beat the boss, essentially.
The Arbiter, unless there are some secret changes not in the patch notes, is still an RNG gated pinnacle boss. You have to go out from the middle of the Atlas, you got to find the citadels, and I got to say, just from my own personal experience and many anecdotes I've seen across, people will get to level 92, 93, pushing out, looking at the Burning Monolith, and they will not find the Arbiter. You guys have any changes planned there, especially now that he's locking behind such a substantial piece of endgame juicing content?
So I think that in 031 we did. I can't remember if it was in 031 or whether it might have gone. We did improve the like the number of them quite a lot. It's actually like it is random right now, but it's the plan is to like. I mean, one of the things we want to do when we're improving the end game is we've talked before about how we want to improve the feeling of not having goals, and one of the ways to do that is to kind of questify some of the
Questify.
mechanics for
What a great verb. Questify the end game. That's exactly what I thought they've said, they've hinted at. I don't know if the public's understood, but to have goals in the end game, you just have a quest on the sidebar like every MMO with some story attached to it, but that means content, that means voice lines, and maybe some small scenes and stuff like that. Um, let's see what his full answer is, though.
like the various league mechanics and so on. So they've kind of got like predefined places where you can kind of do those things like at the start, right? So the idea would be like at the start there's kind of a quest line. It's going to tell you you need to go here and do this, that kind of thing, and then it's only once you reach the end of that kind of quest line element that you would then get the sort of full random like stuff. And so that would mean that like for the first time that you fight a lot of this content, there'd be a predefined way to do that.
Yeah.
So the challenging part is kind of intermixing the kind of random elements of the end game in with like a kind of a more of a storyline type. You have to do this then that kind of thing. So that's kind of what we've got like going on. What we hope to do later, and that will mean you no longer have that RNG element as much.
I like that a lot. That means you're going to be introduced to all of the bosses in the game, all of the in-game content bosses, the first time for sure. And then you want to fight the harder versions and stuff that you can make all that random. But like at least let people learn the fights and stuff and experience it.
For some of that stuff that's sort of imperative to do. But the thing is that like I still don't want it to be that when you start the end game, it's just like a completely predefined experience like the campaign. There needs to be an element of randomness to it. So it's really just a question of like how to kind of get those mixed elements. But yeah, one thing I can mention, I don't know if people know exactly how this works, but there are these like macro blocks in the in the random algorithm that it uses, and within one of those, we do guarantee. Actually, how does it work exactly? There's something like there's an arbiter, like out of one in every two macro blocks, and like within a macro block, it's like a certain defined area. You're always going to find all three citadels. So like it's kind of like it's not fully random. Like we have sort of like toned down the randomness compared to how it was like right in the beginning.
Right. If you don't know, when what do they even call it? Now it's skipping my mind. As soon as I paused it, the procedurally generated maps, the randomness. That's how like all the maps I just ran through in the game. They're set up with. They're not totally random. There's like blocks that must connect together. That way, you like as soon as you figure out which way the map's going, it's going up and to the left, and that means that this thing will spawn here and this thing will spawn here, and the map puts itself together in the same couple patterns. There's a couple. There's a organization to it that you can figure out, and that's how you read the map after you've played through it a few times. You kind of know where the exit of the map is once you figure out which direction it's going and kind of how it generates. And that's the same thing with the in-game Atlas map.
But I do understand you can still have a situation where, like, just due to unluckiness, you kind of like go right between two of the blocks. You don't really know. I mean, they're not obvious, right? So that can kind of mean you can still feel quite unlucky, even though technically there's kind of a defined rate of them that you'll get.
Right. Okay. All right. Yeah. I just know a lot of people are probably going to end up trading for.
Go in a circle. You got to go.
And stuff like that. So
you probably should play in a spiral at the end game map. Is what I'm thinking. Because if you just shoot off one direction, you could miss all of it.
Hopefully with 0.5 we get the improved, like more like you said, streamlined for.
I think that you'll appreciate that the changes that are coming as far as like the Atlas story, as it were.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Exciting stuff. 0.5 is going to be good. Okay, a few more end game things that I just wanted to touch on here. There's also been a lot of people asking about greater zoom for the Atlas, since it's so many nodes and everything. Is there any plan on making that happen?
I do want to look into that pretty soon. One of the reasons we didn't do the Zoom initially so much was just because of performance issues. I've been concentrating a lot on performance recently, so
Right.
this is something that I could now probably look at again and see whether or not the performance is going to be better. There's still quite a lot to come there though with performance, and so uh, and basically, honestly at this point, I should probably check again and see what the performance is like if we allow greater zoom. It really is just a performance concern. We can definitely do that. I mean, there might be some clarity issues, but I'm sure we can solve that. I mean, people have like got various hacks to allow zooming out extra and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So therefore, like it's not like too bad or anything. And people do want it. So yeah, if as long as we can get the performance of it fine, then it's probably
Okay, he already knows about the hacks. That's funny. Um, it's strange to me that rendering a relatively still map at is going to cause performance issues. Uh, they must have little animations going on that map or something. Because if it was just a still image, there would be probably no issue in rendering it smaller or more of it at once. Um, it might be the case where they would want a another screen that is a simplified still image. If you zoom out far enough, you switch into another mode.
fine to do.
A slight side tangent here. You mentioned you've been focusing a lot on the performance, and I know you also said that you coded the core system of Fate of the Battle, the actual temple. Do you do a lot of the hands-on like coding with all these things right now?
I don't usually,
Okay.
but in this league, I did the Fate of the Vile core like simulation, and then yeah, I did get a bit involved in the performance work. Like, one of the things you can get in a game company is that like you've got all these specialists, right? And it's like here's a guy who's working on UI, and here's a guy who's working on gameplay, and here's a guy who's working on like core engine stuff, and it's like people can often lose focus on the larger picture because it's very easy to look at something and kind of be like, oh, okay, well, this is, the gameplay team needs to work about that. And so it's hard sometimes for someone with a more global look to come along and kind of say, okay, well, if we look at all these together, what are the problems, looked at as a larger system? And so that's when it can kind of be a bit useful for me to step in and be like, okay, like, let's try to work out some kind of, coordination here to actually try and find that stuff out. So I mean, if you want to like talk about it, I can talk about the technical details. Like one of what we did previously, like when you're rendering the game, you've got like and simulating the game, you've got like effectively a job system where you've got like here's the CPU cores that you've got, here's the jobs that we want to to run on those cores. And previously we had this very ad hoc system where like this thing would queue some jobs and that thing would queue some jobs and they all had their own synchronization of like when to know when was finished and when one wasn't and all that kind of stuff. And what I effectively did was write a job system that allows for kind of like creating a global view on like when to run things and so on. And then
Right.
once you've
Okay.
got that, it's sort of easy to tell like this can run alongside this and this can't run alongside that and all that kind of thing. And you can effectively express all these dependencies. And then once we had that, then all the programmers in the various systems can then go and start, putting things in there. And then everything now runs just a lot more concurrently than it did before. So the major change we had was just making it so that yeah, we can take advantage of more of
That's
your
great.
CPU because we're running things concurrently that previously weren't allowed to run at the same time. And then, of course, there was also just other optimizations, just like, hey, this is slow, that is slow. We get spikes when you do this, you get spikes when you do that.
Right.
Just that kind of stuff, that I just kept on pounding people, like, no, we need to fix this, we need to fix this. And one of the other things as well is just really making sure that we never get a situation where a resource that's needed is not available at the point where we need it. So that's been something we've been focused on for quite a while
Because
now.
that'll crash. That'll cause a crash. That's great. That sounds really hard. He said he had to keep pounding his employees because obviously the first time they wrote the code, they wrote these issues into the code. So that means that that they wrote the code probably the easiest way they could, and it's hard to solve those issues. Essentially, he just wrote a management program on top of all of their code that says, "Hey, no, we can run all this stuff at the same time," that's great.
And getting all those things sorted out. And a lot of the time, that's what leads to spikes because you go and you use a skill, and then like, oh, texture for this wasn't loaded or whatever it is, and then now you have to wait for that to happen, and so you get a frame spike. So we're just like fixing all of those kinds of problems and generally improving that kind of thing.
Well, the baseline performance improvements look fantastic, and I know that was the number one thing that people had a lot of problems with. Console,
that's certainly thing. But,
so it's awesome.
But there's still a lot more to do. Like I know, like just even looking at what we've got, like there's quite a lot more that could be optimized. Like just on a more individual level. And it's still funny the way that you find things like, just to pick a random example, like we found out like a week ago or something that we were iterating through the whole UI 3 times every frame, that kind of thing. Where it's like you look at it and you're like, okay, that's not really very good, like it doesn't. It's like it doesn't matter that much. Like in the end, right? That particular thing only was like 0.3 milliseconds, right? It's not actually adding up to like a huge amount, but like. And it's like it's just lots of little things like that all add up to something which is a problem, right?
Yeah.
So you go through things and you find them, you remove them one at a time, and now a funny thing we actually ran into the other day is we actually ran into a problem that only reproduced when the FPS was too high. So we're like over 400 FPS, you actually start to get this kind of problem. And I'm like, that's not normally a problem that you normally run into. I mean, this is in like a test scene that was like really empty, but previously we couldn't even achieve that kind of FPS.
Right.
So we never found that kind of problem before. And another funny thing about that one is it turns out that the code for that that was bugged went back to commit number 1632, which I did 18 years ago myself. It was a bug in my code from 18 years ago. That was like right in the depths of the code base.
That's hilarious.
Problem with that I added that long ago, and so it's kind of funny to see that sort of stuff.
That's crazy. That would blow my mind if that happened to me. I was like, oh man, 18 years ago, this is coming back to haunt me. That means they're using Path of Exile 1 code base, so like a lot of it, like at the core, which is interesting. Just in a new engine? Or maybe they just updated all the art and they were literally just running on the old engine and the old code. That's interesting.
All the way back in the early history.
Okay, that's wild that you have the date, like the date's going all the way back then. You have everything tracked.
Yeah. I mean, we've got our version control just goes all the way back to the very first commit of the company from right from the beginning.
Very nice. Okay, and I know it's interesting though. Massive improvements. Thank you for the tangent. I appreciate it, Jonathan. Okay.
Oh, I was gonna say, League of Legends also has that issue. Lots of games have that issue. If you run the FPS too high, you'll start to get artifacting and problems, just like if your FPS was really low. So there's actually like a sweet spot that you want to run on the upper end for your best quality gaming experience, but too high, uncapped FPS on a really strong system can actually mess up the program also.
Swapping gears back to PoE2 specifically. So another question that a lot of people have about PoE2's endgame is the severe punishment for death. Okay, we have minus XP, we have the inability to use tablets on map nodes, we lose any special things that were attached to that map node when you die, and now we're losing our limbs that we earn in the temple. So a lot of people are wondering, does it need to be that punishing? Is there any room to like relax a tad on it? I do think there should be some punishment, but what's your opinion on this?
So, I mean, it comes down to all of those things have different purposes that are kind of important. So, the XP penalty obviously would be the main one that people would, want to chat about. And effectively, that one, it is important to me that there is a reason why you can't just build entirely glass cannon. And if we didn't have the XP penalty in in-game maps, you wouldn't. You'd just be able to do that. Now, in PoE2, we obviously removed the penalty that we used to have in PoE1 during the campaign, and that's because there really wasn't a thing that was giving us, right? So if you're going to have a penalty for death, it needs to be like achieving some kind of gameplay goal, and here what we want to do is actually make the in-game ladder competitive and not just have it that the strongest glass cannon wins. Like, there needs to be an element of, like, you do need to actually build defenses if you want to get to level 100, and I think probably the major reason why we see a lot of pushback about this is because the community often have an expectation that getting to level 100 is a thing that you should be doing, but like we've never seen it that way, because it's kind of like, okay, level 100 is supposed to be the thing that like only the like top people actually do. But I think that what you've had a situation where there's a lot of games where getting to max level is kind of like not like that, like it's not a huge deal. You know, like if you're talking about like like traditional MMOs and stuff like that, right? Like getting to max level is just like table stakes to even begin the end game in a lot of those a lot of those cases. So because we're not like that, because the ladder is actually competitive, and because you have a thing where yeah, you're not necessarily expected to reach that to kind of finish the game, as it were. It just sort of means that there's a bit of a different situation. So I think some of it can just come down to like what are we doing to communicate the fact that level 100 doesn't have to be your actual final goal. And like to be honest, like the last few levels of like getting from like 96 or something to 100, it's not like you're getting a huge amount of power for doing that, right? Like an extra 4 passives, it's not like the hugest deal. Like you get a much larger amount of power from just like all the other stuff you're doing. So that's what that penalty is doing. Now the map, removing the stuff in the maps penalty.
It's very interesting to me how people interact and compete on Path of Exile through the ladder and through like screenshots of their inventory and their wealth, because there's no PvP in the game, yet it's sold as a competitive game. Every league, there is a ladder based on level. I've never really had an issue with dying and losing some experience, but I guess it does slow your progress to level 100 if you are trying to compete on the ladder. I guess maybe eventually that's something that, people shoot to do, but it's never, I don't know, it's never really felt like a goal because there's no content in the game that requires level 100. And I think if they did have something that required level 100 to even try, I don't know. It would be like a point, like a fraction of percentage of their audience that would ever get to experience that. Or maybe if they had like you're saying, you only get a few passive points. Maybe once you hit 100, you could get like 5 or 10 or 15 passive points for hitting 100. That would give people more of like an incentive because there is a lot of power up gated up there. Just some ideas on it, and how people actually play the game. You know, it's different. It's different than League. It's different than an esport. It's different than an MMO. Uh, people, a lot of people that I talk to really just like to farm currency so they can buy gear to have a cool build that does cool stuff. Not even necessarily level 100. They just want to see what they can make their character do at the end of the game. Even though like a much weaker character can do all the same stuff, but they kill the boss in 2 seconds and you kill the boss in 3 seconds, and that's really what we're talking about. Is it's kind of like whatever to me, but a lot of people play the game just for that.
The specific problem that's solving is that we don't want it to be that there's an incentive to kill yourself and fail the map on purpose in order to re-get some of the rewards in the map. So effectively what we do is remove all the rewards in the map once you die, specifically just to prevent the kind of item farming abuse that we'd otherwise have there. So it's not like I want that penalty per se, it just fixes the exploit you'd otherwise have. So if we had another way to address that, then we would just not do that. It's entirely just down to that particular thing. Right. So I mean that's sort of an example of thing. Now the limb thing, I just thought it would be a cool. That's cool. Yeah. We just thought it would be a cool thing. Like that was just like a sort of one league. Like I just thought it would be a sort of fun thing. I do like occasionally having like quirky and out there mechanics. So yeah, that's what that one's about.
Yeah, that one was a little jokey. I did have one other one that I wanted to touch on too that I didn't include in.
I think he's BSing. I don't think it's this quirky out there mechanic. Haha, we just did it on a whim. I'm pretty sure that's specifically how you unlock the Gemling Legionnaire hidden ascendancy. I think you replace all your limbs and then you try to replace your like another limb after you've already done it 4 times, and then maybe you get a boss fight and you get to unlock the new ascendancy. I think he's BSing here. I could be wrong. We'll see. In a couple days, we'll know. Actually, when people get there, and probably not long after the launch. And actually, even with the pre-download, the data miners will find any hidden ascendancy.
That list. So when people juice maps now in PoE2, the more mods equals the less portals. When you have maximum number of mods on your waystone, you get 1 portal. Do you think that might be a tad too punish? Like 2? Would you ever swap it to 2 portals? So you do have a little bit of leeway if you're going full in, 6 mods, corrupted, everything, or no? You like the max punishment there?
I guess I like the fact that you go down to 1 life. Like the hardest content is 1 life exactly. I guess the thing there is once again like there's the like I would hope that most people towards the end game aren't dying most of the time. And really, what there's a bit of a communication element here too that we're trying to do, which is to communicate the idea that if the maps are too hard for you, then maybe run less mods on them, right? Like make it less hard for yourself, so that you get a little bit of that sort of easier time. And so my hope is that that can kind of is the thing that gets communicated by that, like by that element.
Yes, this is true. I don't get it when people say, "Oh, it's too hard," and they're the ones opting into the difficulty. You don't have to craft your map to be that hard. If you're dying, like normally when I get to end game, I want to try to do the hard stuff, but if I die, then the next one I make easier. Right? I want to do the hardest one as fast as possible to get that most amount of growth on my character that I can. But as soon as I find out right about how strong I actually am compared to the content, I want to stay around there.
I guess it's not been something that's particularly come up for me as a problem recently, so I guess it's one of those things that I'd have to maybe have another think about. But yeah, it's not really on my radar as like that being a particular thing as a problem for people.
I'm curious. A lot of people were wondering if you were going to stream your gameplay at any point. Is that something that's still in the cards? I know you mentioned.
So I actually was
JP interview.
I was pretty keen on that, and I was actually talking to another streamer recently about it, and he was sort of saying that he didn't think it was actually a good idea in practice, and the reason is because, like the way I would treat it would be like it's like a good time where I can just enjoy myself and like have a gaming session. But what he was saying is what people will treat that as is like judging me continuously for every single minor thing. It's
yes,
like
my man.
if I don't pick up an item or if I just like don't over there, I'm going to be completely judged by that. He was sort of saying you really shouldn't do that because all it's just going to result in is like random those.
The streamer gave him good advice. People will just pick it apart and say the developer's playing this way and it's so unoptimal and he made all these mistakes and he really thinks that blah blah blah. And like if you want to see what good gameplay is, go watch the top 1% streamers. Go watch Fubgun. Honestly, Fubgun or Captain Lance. I think depending on what build's strong, go watch the streamer that does that build. The community of streamers essentially has broken themselves into speed specialists. Gazzy's the minion guy. Captain Lance is the spellcaster guy. Fubgun is the bow guy. Right? Like, if you can't identify one of these guys on the patch to kind of see what they're doing, to follow, like, what the developer's doing is like whatever. Like he's gonna play to have fun. He's not trying to play the game right. So yeah, it's not going to solve anything watching the developer play the game because it's just because you developed the game doesn't necessarily mean you've sat there for hundreds of hours optimizing your play of that game.
Kinds of issues, and I feel sad about that because honestly, I would love to just have a good time, just like having a chat to someone, playing the game, that kind of thing. But he was saying like you're probably gonna regret doing it if I do. So yeah, I'm not so sure about that one, unfortunately, due to that reason. But
people can be brutal. They can be brutal, dude. So I was asking because you mentioned you didn't have the issue. Have you been playing like some of the end game? I know in the past you said you mostly play the campaign and then reset when you're testing.
Yeah, I do mostly play campaign and then don't play much of the end game. And the reason is because mostly what I'm playing is I'm playing at home on the dev build. I'm like testing a new character, that kind of stuff. So I don't often get a chance to play much of the end game stuff. Now the person who does do that a lot is Mark. Like Mark plays the end game a lot, and usually he's playing multiplayer as well because he wants to make sure that all the multiplayer issues get tested because usually in QA, like multiplayer specific problems don't come up a lot because they're obviously all testing individual things or whatever. So by testing multiplayer, you can actually make sure that we don't have kind of catastrophic issues, and a lot of them come up and especially more subtle ones like with bosses and things like that because like bosses need to have AI specifically for multiplayer and that kind of thing, and you don't necessarily got a lot of opportunity to test that in the normal office environment.
Right.
That's
Okay,
great that they're
great.
testing
Let's move on
both.
to, I think, one of the most controversial topics of the entire patch. One that I was so pumped about when I first heard. I think it came out of, I think it was Mark's mouth. Okay, 40% reduced monster density in endgame maps. Okay, that was a big change that was made. I played a ton of 0.3, and I had a great time. But after that patch, I had seen the game as moving a lot more toward the Path of Exile 1 identity. You're zooming through maps, you're blowing up screens of mobs. There's not a lot of engaging combat going on in the end game, and I was like, okay, that's fine, whatever. They'll kind of morph into the same game eventually. And then when I read through the patch notes and when I saw your guys' presentation for 0.4 and you said that line, I was like, oh my gosh, they're trying to build, more visual clarity back into the game. They're trying to maybe make combat more engaging. Could you break down what your goals were with that? I know you talked about swarming. Was it more beyond that, or is it just the swarming thing?
So I mean, I guess there's several issues, right?
Yeah.
So one of them is the swarming for sure, just like a problem where like a lot of people were very unhappy about that. I do think that it was too much. Like I think in fact the numbers were just wrong from the start. Like we just for whatever reason got that incorrect with the monster pack stuff we did in endgame. The issue that we had, of course, was like, nerfing this is controversial, like 100%. I mean, like I say nerfing, but it's like it isn't so much a nerf exactly, right? Like there's still the same amount of life you have to kill from monsters. It's a question of whether it's distributed from multiple monsters or not. And I think the issue that we really had was just that we were limiting the number of builds that were viable at endgame.
Right.
Like kind of unintentionally, right? Because you had like there was just a minimum amount of kind of AoE clearing you had to do to make it work. And so we wanted to make it so that you can play a spammy build, but you can also play a build that like concentrates on bigger hits that are smaller in AoE. Like both of those things should be allowed. And the current way it was just kind of wasn't really allowing for that. Now, because of the Atlas tree, and especially what we'll do later on, there's like, and just like general speaking, you can add more monsters, you can get more of that stuff, right? So that can still happen. And so I don't think that it's going to end up being, like something where you just feel like monster density is like, I don't want anyone to ever be thinking like, where's the monsters, right? You don't want that. It still needs to be that, like you still want to be at endgame blasting some monsters. It's just that you really need to have it so that it isn't so overwhelming that a person who like, is so that you don't want everyone to feel pushed into, okay, I can only play like the biggest AoE, like lightning spear, this kind of stuff, type of thing, right? Or like whatever's the most spammy. So that's really the key goal there. I think we're gonna have to look at it again, like now that we've got another playthrough here, and like with all the people and see how that goes.
I think adjusting these dials on the Atlas tree will allow you to play the build you want to play in endgame. The thing is, the same amount of health on less monsters means that there's less potential DPS coming at you. You can't be swarmed, essentially. But also, yeah, I mean, just getting through, just killing the monsters and getting the drops is the important bit. Like, I don't know. There is a threat of dying, but I do feel like less tankier monsters will be easier. And so, like, if you can make it as small as possible, the packs as small as possible, and clear them because their damage isn't going up, that would be the best way to make your endgame. Pretty obviously to me. However, if you can clear a bigger pack and they still have the amount of drops, it's still going to be more loot and more lucrative to try to get the packs as big as possible. Like on my Essence Drain Contagion, which I was just playing, that can clear a whole screen when that contagion spreads. And the lightning abilities can all chain and clear the whole screen. So if you ever can get the pack size back up while maintaining this 40% monster effectiveness, because it's not just 40% more health, it's 40% more drops. But if we could ever double the pack size, we're getting 40% more drops on a twice as big of a pack. they'll all have that 40% more health. But that's just food for thought. If you want it easier, do a small AoE build and have less mobs that could potentially ever hit you at once. But if you want more loot, you're probably still always leaning towards the spamminess. I think what they need to do is have a scale, and they need to have it to where if you spec your in-game Atlas map a certain way, you can have a spread out distributed pack, but also distributed loot amongst the pack. And if you want to have concentrated, like just rares, like the whole map is just rares, maybe there aren't packs at all. You're just fighting bosses, but they hold all of the loot that the other player's pack would have held. And I mean that's too far scaled to just fighting one target at a time, but those one targets also need to output the potential DPS of an entire pack, and right now they're not doing that. It's really a difficulty and a reward slider to have a smaller pack that doesn't do any more damage, and gives the same loot. Potentially the same. I mean, well, it's not the same loot. It's actually just less loot because, if you could ever scale pack size up, essentially that monster effectiveness would also apply to the additional pack you've added.
But yeah, I mean that's the basic idea behind it.
Okay. Question about the packs and everything. I think there's 40% less monster packs. That also mean there's less rare monsters, or is the number of rare monsters in maps the same as?
No, the number of rares is the same. So we didn't reduce the number. We didn't reduce the number of packs. We reduced the number of monsters in a pack, and that, by the way, like the way that's done is by there's this system called effectiveness, which is basically every monster has like a budget of how much how much they are worth, as it were, as a monster. In terms of like how, and it sort of loosely correlates into how damaging they are, but it also translates into lots of other factors, so like how much do they drop, how much experience do they get.
Oh, it is damage. They didn't say that. Monster effectiveness is also damage, so it is exactly as I just said. That if those lesser, that means the monsters are going to hit harder, which they didn't say. They probably should have said that. It's called monster effectiveness. They should probably, well, thankfully now, thanks to Tri, he's explaining more about it to us.
All these kinds of things. And effectively what we did is reduce the effectiveness per pack to be lower, so that like the individual packs can be smaller. Now that can still be grown again by mods and all the things. Like, so when you add extra monsters with mods, what that's doing is it's increasing the effectiveness budget that a pack has, so that the pack can grow larger. But it doesn't actually change the number of packs, which is what controls things like how many rare monsters you get and that kind of thing.
So they have a
there's
budget.
only one rare per pack usually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How does it interact with League mechanics like Ritual, wherein the more monsters?
Okay, wait. The monster effectiveness is a number, and they set a budget per pack. But when they reduce the pack size, that's not increasing the effectiveness. The effectiveness is how many of those you can put in a pack. So if you have highly effective monsters, you want a smaller pack. That's the same kind of it's probably related to the number that we see on the player side called monster power. If you look at all the skill gems, some of them refer to monster power. That's probably the same, very related, closely related number. How strong is this monster? And then that's also related to if you capture them as a specter, as somebody you raise as a on your side as a minion build, how much spirit it costs to summon them, because if it's a more effective monster, it should cost more to summon. Really interesting, but I think now that I heard his whole explanation, that's it. They're not going to do more damage. They just have a higher effectiveness if they do more damage already, but like scale, they're reducing the budget of how many they can put in a pack. So if you have like a bunch of little monsters, you can have like 20 of them, and they just reduce that down to like 10. But those monsters themselves aren't going to deal any more damage. So it's probably something I don't know if they could do. It's a little more complicated with that system, with how they're managing it, than I first thought.
The more ritual favor you get. Have you guys thought
so
about
ritual numbers were balanced basically to counteract this. So it's just like basically, because the goal is not to nerf rewards here. The goal is to keep those the same. So therefore, anything like that's going to care about something like that, we just adjust the numbers to kind of like sort that out.
Okay, exciting. All right. Now with this change, where there's less monsters per pack, maybe the packs have a little bit more identity. You're supposed to be engaged with them a tad more. I had a conversation with Neversink last night about rare monsters and how originally they were going to have a bigger identity in PoE2.
Right.
And right now, rare monsters are completely enveloped by the modifiers on them. I think we saw this really well with Abyss, where, oh my goodness, some of those Abyssal rare monsters modifiers were killing me. Do you see a world in which PoE2 maybe returns to that age where each rare monster is going to be, kind of special? Maybe it's like a 3-4 second fight where you care about the monster and don't care so much about the modifiers on the rare monster.
I do want to make rares more interesting and identified like that. It's just the issue with that is that it's really hard to get time for a change like that, which doesn't see as much immediate return. So it's one of those things where, like, once we get a bit of time, we can do something like that. And what I sort of suspect is we'll probably have like a launch at some point where like that's a big focus and we make it into a feature and like we try to like make sure there's something there. But it's kind of like it probably won't be soon. Like I certainly don't think it would be before full release because it's something that we kind of can't.
That sounds like a lot of work and not a lot of payoff. You're going to have to go in and edit the monsters to have not only a base form, but a rare form, and then what is different about the rare form other than these modifiers, because the modifiers are just kind of copy and pasted stuff. But like specifically, this is a Countess rare. What does the rare Countess do? You're basically making little mini bosses, and with new animations, new special effects. That's a lot. That's a big overhaul on top of everything they've already done. Like, a company would normally ship something like that as a whole DLC, like a whole big thing. So they would have had to have done it from the start, and if they did that from the start, they would be behind probably a whole act or more. We might only have Act 3 still, no Act 4, but we'd have another tier of monsters between a rare and a boss that you could see on the map. So
I think justify while we're also trying to make, well, in particular, right, like we need all the people working on monsters to be working on Acts 5 and 6 and that kind of stuff. So like there's that's the issue that we'd face trying to do a change like that right now.
Every monster needs the Death Knight treatment. Come on, we want all the monsters to have special abilities. Yeah. Okay. Another question, a little bit on visual clarity.
The Death Knight is the best monster.
Clarity, so monsters and like monsters.
If you didn't see, I just went through Act 1. The Death Knight was the shield guy that reflects the projectiles that I said was so much easier because I had minions, so I could just shoot him in the back with my projectile. Whereas all my other characters, that guy is annoying. You have to dodge behind him, and you get one spell off, and then he turns his shield to you, and you have to keep rinsing and repeating, getting behind him to hit him with a projectile attack. That is way more engaging combat. And it's probably the only monster in the game that you have to change your playstyle to react to. But more stuff like that is much more Dark Souls-y, right? It is much more meaningful and engaging. It would be nice if they would just develop the monsters like that in the first place. Hey, bro, crazy idea. We don't need to make a whole nother version. Just make the monsters do cool stuff like that that requires not just dodging out of the way, but maybe some abilities you can cast that has an interaction where you don't have to dodge, and that way you can go, oh, I need to use my, maybe it's a movement ability, maybe it's a shield ability or a block or a parry, um, or a teleport, something you have to react to. There's only so many things you can do to react. Counter spell would be a sick one if you could throw that on the sorceress as a reaction, where it's like, hey, if they cast the spell, it doesn't really matter. You know, you have to have all the characters have to have some way they could react to it. But it'd be cool to have like counterspell on the sorceress or something similar to that. Uh, what are all the other reactions? There's not a ton that heroes can do in these fantasy games. You have block, roll, like parry, riposte, counterspell, and then there's like teleport. I mean, there's not a ton of reactions, but some of the monsters should make you react in some way.
Seem to have been addressed a little bit in this patch in 031. How about character visual clarity or skill clarity? I remember so vividly listening to you guys. I think you and Chris talk about, oh, in Path of Exile 2, you'll be shooting 10 arrows instead of 100, but the 10 arrows will have the effectiveness of the 100. Right. In PoE2, it seems like it's kind of jumped the shark already. You know, we're already in this patch, and you're able to do that with Twister builds, some Lightning Arrow builds. Do you see that as something you want to allow, or something you want to rein in eventually?
It is a very tricky balance for sure, but look, we are trying to improve the worst cases, right? So I mean, there was that. I'm seeing some video of like Ziz, like where he's like doing his flashbang build, and then he puts his dark glasses on, right? It's like that's the thing we really don't want to be really don't want to be required. So I know
that's
that
hilarious.
cluster grenades to make it so that wasn't as much of a problem. I think that they split. I think they split the functionality of the Nova projectiles thing to kind of like make it so that was a little bit less crazy. Like we do sort of adjust it where we need to adjust it. And like I know that there'll still be more that we can do as well. Like there's still more temporal culling stuff we can do, which is like a new culling system where we can add things in to make things a little bit less spammy. There's stuff like that going on. Like just a couple of days ago we were fiddling around a bit with the ice explosions, the shatter effect, because that was like a performance problem people had. Like I mostly was caring about performance when I was looking into that, but like there's things like that we can do to kind of just improve stuff. And by the way, the shatter effect should no longer be a performance problem. It's like now cheaper than the monster that got shattered, so that's good. So there's things like that that we can do. But I mean, it's like really, I think that's just you don't want to ruin the fun for people either. So the I think that in a way as well, the monster density change will affect this because it's going to require less spam to be effective necessarily anyway. So like you'll kind of get that situation where that sort of improves. But look, I just don't want to be seen as like, okay, we're just going to nerf everything, right? Like we are going to do targeted nerfs. We have been doing that. But the thing is as well is that like people sometimes don't appreciate the fact that the way the stuff gets out of control is not necessarily predictable by us. Like it's to do with the combining overlap of like many different things that sort of come together as like, oh, now this is really easy to do. And like usually when we've seen situations where the spam can be high, we've kind of been like, okay, sure, it's possible to spam this thing, and we can see what the limits of the player are. But we've always been of the opinion when we can see that and we can test that in advance that, oh, but no one would do that because like for this reason or other reason, the damage is going to be low. It's not actually going to be worth doing. And so then the trouble has been that like someone finds a way to make the damage good, through some combination of things, and then now suddenly there is an advantage to doing this like crazy spam. And so that's always kind of been the thing that's taken us a bit by surprise with some of these balance things. So really, that just comes down to better balance and just improving, a lot of those things. But I do appreciate that, like, there's still concerns around visual clarity. I mean, so like another one, right, was like ground fire can be annoying and that kind of stuff. Like, there's certain things that can like be really spammy and kind of bad, and we probably just need to adjust the effects in some cases. But the issue once again there is that I don't want it to turn into like maybe this is a bit of a deep reference, but you don't want it to turn into the kind of like Quake 3 scene of like
That's
just
deep.
textures to nothing and all that kind of stuff, right? Like you do want like some level of visuals to look reasonable. So yeah, just a tough balance, and we just like have to slowly grind out and get there.
I'm sure you've seen or heard the feedback about maybe implementing a visual opacity slider for player character effects. Is
Yeah,
that
I'm not
something?
really a fan of that kind of thing, because like uh, it, look, I understand the desire for it, but the I do think that it's better just to like fix skills individually until you get to the point where it's not a problem anymore. Just making everything invisible, I'm just like not a fan of. I really don't like it in games when like something happens and you don't see it. And like also, by the way, just turning having there are a lot of effects. If you made them transparent, they would suddenly be very expensive. Just as a random side note, since transparencies do cost more than opaque things in computer
Really?
graphics.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's because you have to draw two things in that one spot, right? Like if something's transparent, you have to draw all the things of it that are there. But if something's opaque, then the thing behind it is not drawn anymore.
Oh wow. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. So another brief density question here that people have asked about, and I know you already mentioned that you don't want people to feel like this, but there's a lot of worry that the game is going to turn into a walking simulator now that the packs are this much smaller,
Well,
and that there's
certainly it's not going to be that.
not.
It's just not going to be that, right? Like it's just not going to be that. I mean, do you feel that way, like in the early in game,
Oh,
or
I
like
don't.
towards the end of the campaign?
I don't
Right.
feel that at all. No.
Right. Well, then there you go. Right. I mean, it is only like it hasn't been nerfed below that. Like it's not like it gets like lower over time, right? I mean, it just doesn't.
And I think
go
one thing that's
higher
not
than that.
not in the 04 patch notes that was in 031, a lot of map sizes in endgame were reduced by a tremendous degree. So maybe some
Right.
people who might have bounced, they don't recall that. So I think everything
Right.
is scaled a little bit down too.
Mhm.
You mentioned targeted nerfs a second ago, so I want to skip ahead in my question list, Jonathan, and talk about something that is on everyone's minds. One of my friends said, "Remove it from the game." The Roa. Okay, I'm not a Roa enjoyer at all. I can't get into it. I know it's powerful. I'm not an enjoyer. Lots of people are Roa enjoyers. So Jonathan, can you give me like a dissertation on how the Roa is a balanced thing in PoE2 right now?
Right. Well, I'll preface this by saying that I'm not primarily a balanced person. Like there really is more Mark's domain, but at least the rower, for whatever reason, the rower got buffed when the sprint came out, and like that was kind of wrong. So like that's getting undone. It's kind of now back to just being normal movement speed again. And then also, I think the spirit cost is probably a little bit too low. Like it probably just needs to increase a little bit. Like it shouldn't necessarily be the case that like it's completely mandatory to actually play. But I mean, yeah, look, it's powerful, right? For sure. Like I don't necessarily think it's going to be across. Like I think it's capable of being balanced. Like I don't think there's a problem there. If you get the right spirit cost, you get the right numbers. But I think the key important thing is just that it does. I don't think anything less than 100%. Like I don't think anything less than having it be that you stay at exactly your normal move speed when you use it will feel fast. So that's kind of why it needs to have that element of it at least. But yeah, I think it's just a question of just make sure the cost is right, and then it should be okay. Yeah, like as I said, it has had some balance adjustments in 04.
Yeah, movements.
There are a lot of things to spend your spirit on that are all really, really strong. However, the row is the only spirit gem that only increases your ability to effectively traverse through the level. The other ones are like damage or tankiness, right? You're trying, to make yourself harder to kill, or you're trying to kill the monsters. The Roa is literally a mount that doesn't really. It's not meant to fight when you're dismounted. And there's not any way for anyone else to like have a similar way to move. I don't know. Is teleport like you could give the other classes like the teleport or a charge or stuff like that on a spirit gem? Like a I think teleport is a spirit gem. So I think as long as all of those are balanced per attribute with each other, then everyone would have an option if they want to go faster. Because as soon as I get teleport, I normally I put it on the sorcerers like right away. But it's like instead of rolling, I think it was, you teleport. I'm pretty sure it was spirit. It did cost spirit also. It's just a little it's just different flavors of a movement spirit gem that you would all have to balance towards each other. It's just if everybody doesn't have access to something like that, it feels like you have to be a dexterity character to ride the Roa, and therefore it feels bad for everybody else.
It's very powerful in PoE2. So I mean, people are blasting screens with the Roa from off screen, while the warrior, rolling into combat up in melee. So okay.
I mean, I don't necessarily think that the warrior has an exact problem with that. I think it's more just that you had the dominant build being the lightning arrow stuff. So like you just ended up being kind of feeling that way. But then on the other hand, like the next meta will shift, and then you'll find the warrior is the best. And I'm sure that since the druid took so much attention,
let's do it.
The druid will end up being a pretty common one in 04.
Do you think druid's gonna be meta, Jonathan? Do you think it's gonna be like busted? People are gonna find some crazy interactions?
I think that it's very likely, just because of the fact that it's had so much attention. Like, I mean, so right now, the thing that we're kind of doing this week a lot is like testing in-game viability of like as many things as we can do. So we're trying to make sure that like, okay, so for example, right, like we were looking, we're like, okay, the like minion stuff with all the wolves, it's just not really kind of working in an in-game context, and like now we're like, okay, let's try to add some support to the tree to make it happen, right? So now, for example, we just added a keystone, which is that you can use a scepter with a talisman. In order to get spirit as an animal.
Wow.
But then the keystone downside is that you got minus 50% spirit. So you kind of have to like you can't quite necessarily get as many minions as a minion character would have, but it kind of like lets you do it makes it from a spirit perspective possible to do like minion stuff as a druid, as an animal, to get the kind of like pack leader wolf build working. And the other thing we did was he said, okay, there's a notable that will make it so that your rage bonuses apply to your minions, so that you can get like actually get the damage to a good place, with your wolves and that kind of stuff, right? So we're like, okay, we're just being very careful to look at the individual builds that
That's cool.
try and be like, okay, let's try and make sure that there's support in the tree for that kind of stuff. So that's really what a lot of this week is kind of going into, just those kind of like, just make sure that there's the options there for someone, and that might be a unique, it might be a keystone, it might be a notable, like just try to make sure there's something there that can make each build that we want to do work. And so that's kind of it just making sure there's that in-game scaling.
That's exciting. I think I heard Gazzy from across the Atlantic howling when you said those two keys. So
right.
About the druids and minions, there's just wolves, right? It's the wolf pack. Does it require spirit to
in terms
reserve?
of the ones, in terms of the ones that come with you. So you've actually got a so there's two ways to get wolves. You've got the what's it called, the reservation gem, the spirit gem. That gives you a pack, and that gives you up to 6 wolves that respawn like a normal minion. Okay. And then you've got the mark, where when you kill monsters, it summons a wolf. And with that one, you can get like another, I don't know, 10, 15, like bunch more.
Geez.
So you can have like a pretty sizable pack if you're going for that. But yeah, it's just a question of making sure the stats of them can actually get to like reasonable levels compared to other minion builds. To make sure that's viable.
Okay. Do you see more animal companions coming in the distant future once the game is shipped?
We could potentially do more of that stuff. I mean, like there's still plenty of other minion things going on, kind of adjacent, right? So you've got any kind of int minion stuff going on. Obviously, it's not in theme with the druid so much, but yeah, like we could probably do some more animals. But for the time being, we didn't think we really needed more to sort of make the druid work. And like the druid isn't primarily a minion build, right? Like it really is only the case if you're doing that whole kind of pack leader fantasy. That's like the main minion fantasy you'd have as a druid.
Yeah, that's pretty cool though.
We want to make sure at least
pack leaders are pretty sick fantasy though.
It looks sweet. I mean, the Tundra Wolf looks amazing.
So, what they didn't do, if you don't know, Diablo 2 druid has a tree spirit that increases max life of your whole party. And then they also have crows that are untargetable, but they deal damage. And then they had wolves, which did have health and dealt damage. So they just got the wolves, but somebody data mined something about a were tree. That could just be a placeholder weird name. Or it could be something they were trying to do with that tree spirit from Diablo 2, where you're a kind of like a buffing uh, a character. Um, Sounds like they scrapped it for now and put it on the back burner. But they also didn't do crows, which would be like the spellcastery druid, right? You have plants you can summon. It'd be really cool if you could like grow ints, like animated tree people as the druid. That's kind of a cool fantasy too, if you wanted to be purely in your spellcaster form. Um, you have like a big int tree spirit, and then maybe have some crows that like fly out of his branches. That's that sounds pretty cool to me.
Eventually, after I trial the death.
All of your other wolves that you have, by the way, turn into snow wolves when you turn into a snow wolf. So like your whole pack.
Oh,
attention to detail, pretty sweet. All right, we're gonna go back to a little bit of game balance / identity. This is, I think, the number 2 other thing that people have just been piping up about, and that is charge generation, charges, and totems. Okay, Jonathan, so lay it on us. Why did you guys decide to go with this design of spell totems and ancestor totems in PoE2, where you require the 3 charges to summon them and upkeep them? What's going on there? Because a lot of people...
The main thing that I don't want is for it to turn into a situation where basically any spellcaster build is a totem build. Like, I don't want it to be that just totems are just strictly superior to spellcasting. That's kind of important. So that's the main thing.
Yeah.
And the charges were just a good way to kind of make it so that, like, okay, if you're going totems, if you want to do totems as your primary thing, what we want to be doing is providing ways to get there by, like, there are uniques that are available that can, fix that problem for you. Like, you can do a totem build, and in fact, we are going to be showing so we're actually going to make a video about like a bunch of in-game builds for Druid pretty soon, just to kind of show like people like, okay, here's some just viable things that you can make. Just like made by our design team of like, that you can do things. And that's not to say those are all the builds or they're even the best builds. They're just, here's some builds that our design team decided to come up with to show off at in-game. And one of them that we were doing is the, a pure spell totem build. Like, you can do it, and it's completely viable. You just need to, use the uniques and various mechanics around doing it. So at the same time, the other thing as well is that I want using charges to feel like it gives you a significant bonus. Otherwise, they just feel pointless, right? Like if it just, certainly shouldn't be just a thing where, like you don't. Okay, put it this way: you just need to make sure that like the first time you get a charge and then you use it, it feels like a significant upgrade over the base skill. Right. Now, in order for that to happen, there needs to be a certain level of difficulty in order to attain them. We just need to make sure there's a certain cost there. And it actually has been pretty hard to design the mechanics in such a way where it's like you can do it all the time, but also it doesn't feel like you just get them for doing nothing. Like, it's kind of that tough balance to strike there. And so that's what we're really trying to do. So yeah, I mean, really, it just comes down to those elements, right? Like, just don't make it so that every spellcaster is a totem build. That's like a hard challenge to even meet, even by itself, right? Because not having to cast the spells is like a pretty substantive benefit to have. So
yeah, it's strong.
And I'll call it out because I've played for a very long time. In PoE1, all the best spell builds were totem builds, and I always was like, oh man, I want self-cast to be fun. Like, it just feels better when you're playing. It's like something, I guess, kind of hard to describe, but there's something different about actually casting the spell, controlling where...
Okay, I played Trap Assassin a lot in Diablo 2, and when you're putting something else down that does the projectile that's not your player character, you're not putting yourself at risk, because you have to shoot a projectile from you to the enemy. And when you have a trap doing that instead, that means that all you have to do is open the door, put the traps in the room, and close the door. And then it does the work for you. That is very strong. That means you can go super glass cannon, and you can sit off screen and put the traps at the corner of the screen, and then the traps do the work. And that is uninteractive, not engaging. So I would say totem builds are the same as trap builds, in the sense that, that uninteractive gameplay is detracting from the experience, and it should be gated and very powerful. Like, if you can do something like that, I wouldn't even say it's a very fun fantasy, to have your spell come from something else. I would rather just have the spell be stronger with the power charges, Like maybe your character double casts or triple casts the spell. Um, maybe there's room for the totem, just like there's room for minions. The totem should be treated like essentially a minion of equal power to whatever the totem can cast, which is one of your spells, which is probably stronger than something any minion in the game can currently do now. So, it's just like a Giga minion essentially. Uh, and minions are pretty uninteractive too. Like, you don't really have to do much when the minions are doing it all for you. But people, they've worked on that though. The minions have activatable abilities, and you can you have to manage them by like sacrificing them and healing them, and you could do all these other little things with the minions. I feel like that interaction also should be there with the totem, where like you're operating the totem, you're managing the totem. The totem should you set and forget. That should be gated somehow. I don't know. I probably wouldn't want that to be something that the player's just doing all the time to clear all the content. Diablo 2
popping up your totem,
was strong, but
yeah, okay.
So the other benefit you do get though is that effectively the spell totem can serve as an ultimate type ability for people who aren't speccing entirely into that way of playing. So effectively what you get there is, and there's actually something sort of interesting that we've been looking at in a few cases. So for example, the Wyvern Flame Blast, in its kind of default incarnation. So this is just aside from totems, right? Yeah. So this is the one where the Wyvern flies up and starts burninating everything. So in its sort of default incantation of that, it's an ultimate really. You should be using it as like a boss ability if you get the opportunity. Like you heavy stun the boss, you start burning it, and the way that one works, by the way, is that it actually stacks ignites that add together. So unlike other ignite in the game, which you have to do a big hit, this is a type of ignite where like every time you hit them, the ignite grows and grows and grows and grows. So like that one there is like a kind of interesting thing with that particular thing. So it actually works really well against bosses where you can stack the ignite really huge. But we also wanted to make sure that ability, if you want to, you can do a build which is going to get you to the point where you're just like burninating like the whole map, like you're just continuously flying around the air for ages doing things. But it does take like you need this unique and you need like a few things. Like to get to the point of you're doing that, it does require a little bit of effort. But the key thing is we wanted to make sure it is possible to use an ultimate ability as a clearing skill should you really, really want to go down that route.
That sounds fun.
It's just, not the default case, as I said.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, with that Ignite thing, just because I saw you were kind of reacting interestingly to that, we are going to change Incinerate to use that system as well. So, like it's a kind of a different thing we're trying out.
That's very exciting. I was going to ask if it was going to roll out to some other skills to change up how Ignite works, because people are really looking for that.
Just those two for now.
Okay.
We might consider doing it for some other stuff, but I think the theme of the skill has to be like continuous burning for that to make sense as the way.
And is burninating a word? I've never heard this before. But
it's probably just early internet. There was a meme video from
Trogdor the Burninator.
Don't even worry about it. No one should really have to worry about it.
Just... Jonathan.
Brief question while we're talking about it.
Jonathan is man. We are old. This is early internet. It was just a dragon. Some dragon meme just burninating. I can't believe he pulled that one out though. That is a throwback.
Out the Wyvern. Does Black Flame Covenant work with it or not? Because we saw it was like an attack-based gem on the gem, and Black Flame Covenant works with spells only. So I think that's
you're right.
interview.
I think I mistakenly thought that it did at one point and said something about that, but I think it probably doesn't because it's not a spell. So yeah, it is an attack. Yeah.
Is there any way in the future there would be a keystone where we could get the same sort of thing?
I'll have to think about that. We were thinking. Well, no, whatever. I won't talk about that.
Oh, you can leak it. Yeah. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Okay, I appreciate that. All right, yeah, that totem one. One more follow up on it. Generating.
He was about to drop something. He was about to leak something about. Oh man, I want to go back and pry into it. There's something that they're planning to do about that, apparently.
Boss fights. Is that something that people are going to be easily able to do? Because that's one of the big complaints that I saw. That I know you just said you'll be able to do a soul totem build, so it must be possible. There's just a
Oh
few
yeah, I mean that's
pieces in
possible
place.
for sure. But then in terms of just the general way as well, we've got things like that are a little bit like the kind of more mid game options for that. Well, I mean even early game really. You've got things like Wing Blast that can generate charges and like so for example, what we're doing with that is like during regular clearing, it only generates charges very occasionally. For boss fights, it'll generate 3 charges when you use it on a prime for stun monster. So you can do that sort of. But as I said, in that context, it's more of an ultimate type ability. So if you want to do the kind of like pure totem build, you're going to need to find a solution to that that isn't just in the like base skill set. It's going to involve supports and uniques and stuff like that.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you. All right, moving over to a melee focused question here. So back when a bulk of the melee skills were first developed, I believe the game didn't have WASD implemented, so a lot of movement was baked into the skills to make them feel really good. And then when WASD was implemented, you guys went back and you added movement to a lot of the range-based or spellcasting skills, but the movement is still baked into the melee skills. Do you guys see a world where you could go back and you could add moving while attacking to some of these melee-based skills? Because it does feel so much, I just got to say, it feels so much better when you can maintain full control of your character
right
throughout the course of a skill animation.
A couple of things with that. So for range, moving while attacking feels good, but for melee, what you actually end up with is a thing that feels really floaty. So you can, there are some games that do that, but I just feel like you end up with very floaty, like non-punchy animations. So what you generally have to do is you have to kind of lerp into get some kind of point of the attack where it becomes fixed, and that's what we try to do with our targeting thing. Where like, so for example, if you, I mean, the easiest one to show that on is like double slam, so it's called rolling slam.
Rolling slam.
Where effectively like you can stare it the whole way, and effectively when we talk about moving during while attacking, it's really more about skills like that where you can do you know like attacks like the movement is still built into the animation, so you don't feel floaty, but you still have a level of control over that sort of stuff, and that's what we sort of try to do with our attacks, is like try to have it so there's a level of control, but it's not fully just like moving arbitrarily. Because as I said, you do end up feeling very floaty. So that's just a sort of really comes down to sort of a feels thing, and like as I said, when you do try that kind of stuff, it doesn't end up feeling that great. There's even things that we've tried before along those lines, and yeah, as I said, it just never kind of really felt right. So that's why we didn't end up doing it.
Is it something that we would perhaps see with future melee weapons, where maybe okay, you can move while attacking with a sword or an axe as opposed to mace?
Like as I said, it really is more about the individual skills and like how they specifically function. Like I don't think that we would just generally have, as I said, we wouldn't have completely freeform movement like that. You'll even notice like in a lot of other melee games, if you like you can have a thing where you can lerp into an attack, and by that what I mean is that you know, you've got a bit of control for part of it, but it's like slows down into like being part of the animation at a certain point. And,
yeah.
like we'll probably experiment a little bit more with that, but I don't think we'd want to just be like, okay, it's just like full floaty, just like move in any like arbitrary direction while you're attacking type thing.
Yeah, the floated combat's bad.
Okay. Now this next one.
You want impactful animations that lock you into them.
The number one most requested
it's just the.
I ask about again.
It's just the animations that knock your character somewhere you don't want to be, and usually that's jumping back, because people want to clear the map. So like the cross slash, or the warrior had one too. I haven't played the warrior, but the warrior had one that made him jump back and like throw a fireball out of his mace or his shield or something. When the character jumps back and you don't want to reposition and jump back, that feels terrible. Normally people are fine with charging into danger because it helps them traverse the map. But yeah, I would just say if they have a skill that locks you into a jump back, they also need a skill that jumps in. They did this with the Amazon. The Amazon has a parry, and then you can do a backflip after you parry, and you can get the charge. And then the Amazon had one of their skills that launched them back forward. I forget which one it was. But it felt really good because you jump back, and then the monsters chase after you, and then you jump in and finish them. But some of these other characters, they don't have a way to re-engage. Like if you get to choose with another ability, or a ranged ability, it was jump back throw. That's what I was doing. I would jump back, you get the charge from parrying, and then you jump back off of them with a disengage, and then you throw the spear because you want to be at range because I have a ranged option, so I'm okay at being at range. But these melee characters, like the warrior that don't have a ranged option, or the ranged option isn't very cool, like the warrior was throwing a fireball, they did change that. That ability no longer makes the warrior jump back. It feels weird. The character needs something to do after they've repositioned if you're forcing the reposition, or you just don't want to use that skill because it's going to be really slow. Essentially, you don't have anything to do at that range.
Simply is, why does the warrior have so many downsides on the tree and gear, whereas witch, monk, ranger comparatively have none? I know you guys have talked about this a lot, but could you?
Well, I mean, fundamentally, it really is just that. So it's funny because I don't think there's necessarily like an extreme number in the warrior area, but the funny thing is when we put a downside on something, we also make the upside higher. And so people then see like, okay, what are the best nodes? And they're going to see these big numbers on like some of these on some of these nodes, and they're going to say, okay, well, like I want that, but I don't want the downside. And so it's kind of like the reason that they attract attention is just because of the fact the numbers are higher. If we didn't have the downside on there, obviously the upside would also be lower. So it's kind of like just that thing. Now, what was that? Sorry.
Is it a packaging problem?
Not necessarily. But as I said, personally, I like the idea that you can spec into different things like that. And so, for example, like a commonly cited one would just be like, you've got like more damage and then less attack speed, right? You've got those kinds of nodes.
Yep.
And it's like the ideal way that you should be thinking about that is an opportunity where it's like, well, what can I use this with that is not going to care about the downside particularly, and right, especially when you've got weapon spec points where it's like, okay, these couple of abilities, I don't care about attack speed, so I'm gonna get that node for that case and that kind of thing. Like, like you want to try and you see each downside as more of an opportunity, in my opinion. So honestly, I feel like I'd want to see more nodes like that around for other parts of the tree, right? Like just do more of that kind of thing. You don't want to go overboard with it, right? Like you don't want to like every node's got a downside. That just gets tiring. But yeah, I think there's a few there. I don't think there's necessarily too many there, but they certainly attract attention because of the fact that the upsides are higher on them as well.
They do. Yeah, there's not as many kiss curse things on the right side of the tree as the left. Like
right. I mean, yeah, we can.
Yeah,
as I say, I think there's room for adding more of those, honestly.
Now, how about those are openly advertised? How about the hidden penalties? I know one that still exists to this day is the penalty for movement speed on heavy armor. Is that something that you guys would ever want to remove?
I mean, I guess I don't have a problem with it myself. I've always kind of found it to be just like, like it's just an interesting thing once again to build around on different characters. I don't like part of the reason to do it on the heavy armor is just that like tanky feeling you can kind of have from like I'm a strong warrior, and so I think it just sort of works on that level. But yeah,
I didn't know that.
I don't feel particularly inclined to get rid of that one, I have to say.
Yeah. All right, I know you've been asked about this a lot. I think if you added a rhinoceros mount for the warrior, I think all your problems would be solved. Then people could like ride on the rhino, wielding the giant mace, feel like they're on the Roa. Be good.
Well, I don't know about a rhino, but yeah, we'll see. I just think that more mounts is more of a post 1.0 type of feature.
What about a triceratops?
Okay. Let's see here. Oh, this is a good one that I'd like to hear you talk about, especially considering we're getting into it. So, last patch in 0.3, you added the ability to instantly weapon swap, as opposed to it having a delay in 0102. But I didn't see a lot of builds that utilize the multi-weapon swap capabilities. They usually stick to just one weapon. Now, moving forward to 04, I know you're encouraging the form shifting and all that. Do you have thoughts on why people aren't speccing into multiple weapons, like a quarterstaff and a spear, or a crossbow and mace?
I wouldn't say it's that unusual. Like, I mean, you certainly do see it, and I think you'll see it more and more over time. I mean, like, the mechanics are there to allow for that kind of thing. Like, there's generally speaking, like, I sort of suspect that one of the reasons is that something I've noticed is that people, when they see it, they almost feel bad about it rather than good in some cases, where they're like, oh, like it's just an exploit that you're using this other ability from this other class to like just do get this one effect. And it's like, well, that is kind of the point, right? Like if there's another class that has a thing that like that allows you to get this thing more easily than your current class, then yeah, I mean that's kind of the reason why that exists, right? So like I don't know, I feel like you do see quite a lot of it. I think maybe people have a different imagination in their mind about what it might be. Like what that would look like, but yeah, I mean, what it does look like is you're trying to find a combo that that can work, and That's why we have all these different sort of synergies around between different weapons and like the shared mechanics, right? So you've got things like armor break and charges and random stuff like that that kind of like allow you to sort of potentially get better things. Now, for the druid, you're right. We're leaning into weapon swap here specifically because of the fact that you've got the hybrid melee and caster stuff going on, and so there's a lot more specific synergy in that case. And you kind of will need to be able to learn how to do the weapon swap. And I guess what we might see from that is more people just being generally aware of the options there, and then potentially doing more stuff with build creation. But as I said, I wouldn't say it's like not happening now, and certainly there's like no real downsides to doing so. So, I'd say that it's a thing that happens for sure.
Okay.
So far, my weapon swaps have been putting down a lightning orb for critical weakness. I think I did that on a few builds because that lightning orb is generally applicable. Also, curses on my swap because you can make your curses bigger and last longer. And if you're manually casting them, then why wouldn't you have that on the swap? I did try doing 2 elements, but when I played, there wasn't a lot of cross elemental play. Now there's more cross elemental play, which is great due to the infusions, and they're getting buffed. But like my bow character didn't have anything swapped. When your primary is the bow on Aroa, I didn't find any use for, like, your setup ability was lightning rod, and that's with the bow. It's all built into the bow. There was no reason to go into melee, no reason to spread out my attributes. You just have less accuracy if you went less dex. Yeah, I don't think anybody using a crossbow really. The crossbow can definitely go into the mace. There's like armor break mechanics there. You can go crossbow mace pretty easily. But like if you look at the weapons that share attributes, like the quarterstaff and the bow, they both share dex, but you don't see anybody going quarterstaff into bow. The thing is that like on the tree, you only have so many points. So if you're putting points into projectile speed and projectile damage and projectile forking, well, I don't know. Maybe it's just due to like some of the travel, because you do have to spend some nodes, even if you're swapping like 20 points. I think is what it is. You still have to travel to get to the spots where you're swapping from. So the travel nodes have to go to where you're on the tree where you're trying to swap to and from for each set. So if you just don't travel around a bunch, all the bow stuff's in the same area. You just get all the bow stuff, and you don't have to spend as many points traveling around and getting. And the travel nodes are just dexterity, strength, or intelligence, right? So you only need so much of that. So really, if you can travel less, it's kind of better. So I guess there would have to be some benefit for traveling further on the tree. And that would have to be like a lot of power. Yeah, I don't see, you don't even do crossbow bow, right? Both of those are projectile weapons, but there's not a lot of interplay. Like I put my lightning rods down and then I shoot the lightning rods with galvanic shards with the crossbow ability. That seems like something that would be intuitively something you could do, but in practice, um, people don't do it. Um, anyways, I'm gonna be behind, but I gotta use the bathroom again, so we're gonna take another 5, and we'll get back to it. I'm probably about half an hour behind the interview at this point. I don't know how long it's gonna last, but I have a few hours left here. We can keep going. All right, enough yapping. Let's hit it.
Building on this point, do you think in the future you'll bake more cross-class synergies into skills? For example, when I saw the Druid Primal skills, the elemental ones, I was like, oh, I wonder if they have infusions baked into them. Is that something you guys think about?
We did think about the infusion case. In the end, we did decide to keep that to be like for the elemental spellcaster stuff specifically, like so for the sort set of skills. But like, look, I do like doing that kind of stuff. I just didn't in this particular case. It didn't feel quite right because there weren't like it didn't feel like there was a full elemental cycle in the same exact way that the like to justify the infusions being in there. And it would feel a bit weird to just have like one skill or two skills like have it. So in the end, it kind of we decided to not do the infusions and just keep it as a mechanic for the sock.
Okay. Touching on infusions just a little bit more, you guys are leaning into that mechanic with remnants as well for like the Acolyte of Chayula. Obviously, the Acolyte received pretty tremendous number buffs this time around. I've seen some people talk about how the payoff for going around and collecting the remnants or the infusions isn't necessarily worth like how much damage they're getting from it or the effect afterwards. Is that something you guys are keenly like looking into and making sure that it's always worthwhile at the end of the day?
I think there's a few things going on with that that really just come down to a lot of balance numbers. So like one of the things that I haven't been doing this work myself, but Mark has, is we've been increasing the durations of a lot of things in this balance pass. Like one of the things that in PoE1, the sort of standard duration for something was kind of like 4 seconds. In PoE2, it kind of needs to be longer to actually be worthwhile, so like 6, 8, and 10 in some cases. So generally speaking, like a lot of these numbers have sort of ended up as the similar numbers to what PoE1 had for certain things, or just like people just used to being like, okay, if you've got a duration, just put 4 seconds as a kind of a default. But yeah, I think in PoE2 you actually need those numbers to be longer to sort of make things work. So that's been a thing to kind of just increase durations to make it actually worthwhile. And also means you don't feel as frantic, like feeling like, oh, I have to use this before it goes away and that kind of stuff. Like there's just a lot of that sort of stuff that can kind of improve the feeling of that. But the other thing as well is just increasing there's more nodes or like buffing nodes that make pickup radiuses be larger. There's like another axis that you can do to kind of make like if you it should be possible to get your pickup radius to the point where like it effectively like changes the dynamics of entirely, so you don't have to worry about actually going to pick them up. They just kind of come to you because the pickup radius is far enough away. Like if you want to spec into that, right? It's another build axis you can do. So you kind of just do this. And so as I said, it's more of a question of just balance numbers, I think, to sort of get the feel right. The durations of things really goes a long way to that.
Okay. Swapping gears over to item rarity for a little bit. Now, in this interview with Ziggy D, you and Mark mentioned that in the future, and I'd like to clarify, you guys are going to remove item rarity from gear. You just don't know what to replace it with yet. Is that correct?
I am not going to promise anything because like we can see how like things go. But like as I said, right now I would prefer to remove it, and it's really just a question of what to replace it with. So that's like kind of my feeling about it right now. But yeah, look, there's still some arguments in the other direction, but look, this seems to be generally what people prefer. And at this point, I'm sort of pretty sympathetic to that, so that's what I prefer to do. It's funny though because can seem trivial, like oh, surely you can come up with another mod to come up to replace that, but it has to be on all gear. It has to have some level of like it has to feel like it's something you can specialize in that isn't damage on your build that you actually feeling meaningfully need, which is quite tricky. Like in order to make it so that there's like something that you're trading off when you're getting these mods on your gear. So I don't think it's like okay to just be like a completely junk useless mod. Like there needs to be something where it's like okay, any character might want this, but it's also something you would only want to worry about at the point where you've already like sorted your damage and resistance and other sort of.
Could they do experience gain? Because in Diablo 2, they had charms that had magic find and experience gain. And so instead of magic find, we have rarity, which is the same thing, essentially. I don't know why they would. So they want to have this magical modifier that's not combat oriented, that's all on all gear. I don't know why they want that. It's just so you have some interesting thing about gearing that's not just combat related, but literally everything in the game's combat related unless it's progression related, like experience or finding better loot on all the drops. I mean, unless you had some other system in the game, like a quest system where like you got more progress on your Atlas tree or something like that. Atlas experience, worldliness. I don't know what you would call it. There's a unique hat in the game, I think, that gives 5% experience game. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, so they have something like that. I don't know. I didn't know that. Thank you so much. Uh yeah, I don't know. I would just that's the only other thing that Diablo 2 had that was like a meta modifier that didn't directly affect your combat effectiveness. You had experience gain and you had magic find. You had like pickup radius, pickup reach, where like you could pick up an item from further away, maybe. Um, so you don't have to walk over to it. That would save you some time. That's not combat related. Uh, there's not a ton of stats. The heavy crown, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't. Well, I mean, so they have they have it on a hat. I don't know why people. I don't know why he's sympathetic with the people. I don't see the big deal with it. I think it's interesting. It's just like, do you want this magical stat that's not combat related? Do you want it to always be relevant? Well, rarity is basically always relevant because people are going to want to make new characters, and you could always like buy slightly better gear unless you have like perfect gear, which is basically unachievable. Um, experience is basically always relevant until you reach level 100, which is only a handful of players. So yeah, experience is going to be always basically always relevant for most people. Sometimes eventually it won't be, and then you'll once you hit level 100, you'll want to get rid of your experience gear. But rarity gear would still potentially be useful to have equipped because you can get that. You could still, equip and trade for better gear or make another character and have more currency to gear another character. It's a really weird issue.
Problems. So like that's the kind of thing that it needs to be able to do. So yeah, that does make it tricky.
I will just say I had 0% item rarity in 0.3. Had a great time, you guys. Throw that out there.
Sure, you don't need it. Like you don't. It absolutely is not necessary.
Yeah.
I do think there's a lot of misunderstanding about exactly what it does and how much it affects things and so on, and that doesn't really help. And part of the reason for that is just because it is so complicated and how it works, and like it kind of can't be any other way than complicated just due to the nature of all the various things that are going on in the item drop system.
To follow ups there, have you guys ever considered releasing the kind of formula behind it because there's been so much community speculation, or is that something you want to keep close to your chest?
We really don't want to do that because item drops are something that you want to be able to tweak how they work and so on, and like like it would mean that every single time we change anything, people would be like on us, like rats up a drain pipe. So it's kind of like we want to be able to have that at least as something that we can like fiddle around with a little bit. But the other thing as well is that like it's so tricky. There is a lot of emergent complexity that comes out of the rules that it
I think
has,
this chat's dead
in terms of how like what results in what as far as like the final drops are concerned. And so yeah, I don't even think it's like even is that understandable. Now the same is true of the stat system, right? And yet PoE, what do you call it? Sorry, the name's fallen out of my head. The thing that you use to make builds.
Path of building.
Path of building. Sorry, yes. The path of building. So I mean, things like path of building exist. So it's not like people wouldn't make a model of it, right? Like they would, but at the same time, I just I just think we'd prefer not to have to go down that road.
Okay, burninating and now rats up a drain pipe. That's two things I'm adding.
Maybe that might be enough Trojan slang potentially.
Good.
So I'm not sure.
And then one extra thing, I saw people talking about how the changes to item rarity this patch reduced its values on gear. wouldn't that have the effect of more people wanting to try to put as much item rarity on their gear because now it has lesser values across all your gear slots? Now it becomes more of a coveted stat. That kind of acting in reverse, or
so I don't necessarily think so. So last time we lowered the numbers in a way that didn't affect what the numbers displayed on items were, and I think that actually in retrospect it would have been better to do the other way around because people still see a number that they still assume has a certain effect. So this time we decided to do it in the way of just reducing the numbers on the gear, which like at the end of the day you still have to get the you still have to get the mod, like you still only get one mod per gear slot, right? So right, it is a strict nerf to what you can do. But I believe that we also adjusted the formula at the same time. Like in terms of what the max that it affects. So as far as I'm understanding, like it means that like you don't need more of your gear to have item rarity on it. Like it's just that the displayed number and the cap is now lowered at the same time, so that you kind of like you've got that feeling of like, okay, like I can see this is having a lesser effect than what it would have had before. Just sort of communicate that a bit better.
Okay, let the speculation run rampant. Let's go to a fun question. I don't know if you have.
Okay, so they lowered the amount on the gear, but they also lowered the soft cap. So instead of 150, which is what people, I don't know if they told us or if people figured it out, but the common knowledge is that 150 is the soft cap. And so maybe they lowered it down to 100? But they also made getting to 100 harder to get. Okay. It's kind of a wash. If they just lowered it on the gear, you could make the argument, okay, this little amount of rarity isn't worth the amount of damage and clear speed I could trade for it. Right? That's kind of what you're doing is like, well, or even if tanky stat, like even if I'm harder to kill, then on this other piece of gear I can get more damage, so I can again get more drops. You can kind of juggle those things around. If you just lowered the soft cap in the background to 100, which is what I'm assuming is what they did. It's a wash. Life lost on kills for the rarity upgrade. Yeah, I mean, you're basically balancing how hard of content can I survive, how fast can I clear the content, and what are the rewards of doing that content. And you just need to make it an interesting choice. It should be a meaningful choice where you're trying to figure out, is this... Because it's kind of easy to determine I'm dying, I need to be harder to kill, so let's give up some damage. Or I've never died, I'm not even coming close to dying, let's give up some tankiness on the character for some clear speed. But then with the rarity, it's all kind of hidden, right? We don't know the formula. We don't, we're just kind of guessing that like it was about 150. And it's a big difference. I just looked at another video where the difference between having, I think it was the difference between having rarity on the map versus quantity on the map. And quantity, and that was kind of a wash too. Rarity gave you more valuable items. Quantity gave you more currency drops, raw currency. So I mean, you have, it's kind of a wash if you trade all the items away, you get the same amount of currency. But the rarity on the gear, the difference between having, the guy said, the difference between having 125 and hitting that soft cap at 150 was noticeable. It was noticeable. Like he only got 3 divines to drop in one map once he had 150. So, and it's noticeable for me too. I got a divine to drop in campaign because I was running like 70 or 80 rarity in campaign, and I got a divine to drop. that is like that doesn't happen. People don't do that because people don't spec rarity during the campaign as much. Uh, but like that is, you know, I mean the campaigns for me. I didn't need damage or tankiness in the campaign, so I don't know.
The stats on this, but I'll ask you anyway.
Sounds like
So
it's a
in Path of
wash.
Exile 1, we can see Steam achievements of like
You just
who's
need 100
killed
now.
Hillock and who's finished the campaign, who's taken out the Searing Exarch. Do you have those type of stats internally for Path of Exile 2? And do you know like the percentage of people who have killed the Miller, finished the campaign, and killed the Arbiter of Ash?
I actually don't know what those are offhand. We can get them. Like we do have stat collection that for that kind of thing. But yeah, it would just be a question. Not so. One of the things with this is I normally only ask for stats about things if I'm actually got enough like a change in mind that I want to do in response to those stats.
Okay.
There's one of these mistakes people can make sometimes where they effectively just like look at a bunch of stats to see what jumps out. And the problem with that is that you can get outliers that then cause you to make bad decisions. So I sort of prefer to be like, before I go and like use a stat for something, I'm like, okay, what would I do if the stat was, this value? What would I do if it was that value? And kind of know the answer to that before I ask for the stat in order to prevent myself from making decisions based on just like looking at a bunch of stats and just finding the outliers.
I know that you were using stats a lot, and I think it was 0.2 with volatile plants. You found out that it was killing so many players, and you made changes based on those stats. Have there been any for 0.3 going into 0.4 that have stood out to you?
Not that I'm particularly aware of, but as I said, it's not kind of the domain I normally work in for that kind of balance. So yeah, but it's as I said, it's the kind of thing that we'll look into when we like. I mean, a really common situation is if people are complaining about something, and we're like we don't understand it. That's a good time to go to the stats to be like, okay, well let's try to find out why, what's actually going on here, like what's occurring.
Okay.
Jonathan's a smart guy.
Fate of the Vow.
He's a real smart guy.
And it's loot. So we obviously have the temple that we're building. Is this going to be something that's influenced by item rarity, and are we getting drops from here, or are they all in like reward curios and chests and all that stuff?
So it's a mix because the the monsters in the temple just have regular item drops, and those like effectively get juiced by mods that the rooms can give. So effectively, it can mean that you got this sort of more traditional way that you can juice mods, like you can juice rarity of things in that way. But then there's also particularly like fixed drops, and a lot of the room, like most generally speaking, most of the rooms will have some kind of drop with that. But the way that it's often delivered is in some kind of crafting device that you can either use right away or you can take the currency from, or like in the higher levels and that kind of thing. So like there's a lot of kind of fixed drops or like fixed uniques and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of the rewards just come from those sort of fixed elements, which you will know that you're going to get because you've got a certain room. So obviously people have to like work out like what comes from what and everything. There's not that many rooms, but then they do at different levels, and so like generally speaking, things get more powerful as you go up. And then also you've got the stuff where there's like there are extra reward rooms that you get for killing the architect and that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of fixed drops in the league for sure. But yeah, more traditional stuff from just from regular monster killing.
And how high can you juice up the temple? Do you expect it to be on par with the rewards that people are getting from maxed out maps and the like, or does it?
Yeah, it should absolutely be. So I mean, the intention was to scale it into endgame, like both in terms of difficulty as well as the rewards. So that's why I've got the whole like tier 3 room thing going on where they give mods and like you can stack a lot of that stuff. It can get very very hard. The thing that I think people should understand, just by the way, which is probably something we should communicate in some way in the game as well, is that you don't have to keep killing the architect necessarily. It can be a better strategy to not kill the architect and instead just build up the temple with lots and lots of rooms if your goal is like kind of like max endgame juicing, because the architect has got certain rewards that they can give you with specific reward rooms, but it does like destroy more of the temple when you kill him. So like if you want to build the biggest temple to get like the most maximum amount of just like traditional rewards in the sense of just like juicing individual monsters, the best strategy is like don't kill the architect, instead just like finish the rest of the temple and then build more and get it as large as you can to get the most mods possible.
Right.
So there's kind of like a few strategies. Like you've got like architect killing, which is going to get you reward rooms. You've got like just build the temple big and just get traditional drops, or you've got like Zeri kills, which is going to getting the Zeri rewards and that kind of stuff. So there's kind of a few different strategies you could have there.
Now, this league, one of the big things I saw from a lot of players who didn't play Path of
Exile 1,
PoE2 was their first Exile game. They saw you guys presenting this league mechanic, and their minds just exploded. They're like, "Oh my gosh, the complexity! This is wild." Have you guys thought about that? Is there does it get a little bit in the weeds sometimes with it, or can you kind of just build your temple and go and expect to have
You
a good
can
time?
just build your temple, and like because of the fact that it shows you the squares that are gonna upgrade things,
Yeah.
like now you can think about it. You be like you can be thinking on a deeper level of like I want to upgrade this specifically, so I'm gonna make sure like leave a hole here to, so like to place the room that goes next to it, that kind of stuff. Like you can think like that, or you can just place things where the bright green is, and you'll honestly do fairly well.
Oh.
Like the UI is definitely like a lot better than what we would have done in the past, and it's actually one of the reasons why I developed the simulation myself, because I was writing the code in such a way to make the UI for communicating the stuff as easy as possible. So like one of the things I was initially like is like if I just made this without thinking about the UI experience, it probably would have gone very differently, because when I was building, I'm like, okay, every single thing you do, you need to be able to show the user exactly what it will do to the temple when you hover it. Like before you commit, you need to see that, which means you need a way to like predict the next state before you've actually committed to the previous one. And that's like just like a thing that's like easy to do when you're building it initially, but would have been hard to bolt on afterwards if I just asked a UI programmer to do that. So like it's that kind of thing that you need to think about really early on. And then there's also the whole idea of just like making sure that you can even like by being able to do that look ahead for each option, you can then say like, okay, will this upgrade anything and that kind of stuff. Like it allows you to like to get those UI cues and really well.
Seems
So it just
cool.
makes it much better for communication with the players.
Yeah, I love hearing the game design tidbits. I swear that's my favorite part of all this, learning all this cool stuff. Okay.
So my strat is when you have two rooms that are upgraded by the same thing, leave exactly one hole in between them. That's as far as I've got for the temple dungeon building strategy. If you could ever level up two rooms with one upgrader tile, then you want to put those rooms, like you want to have all of your combat rooms on one, like with one square in between them, or even maybe a triangle. If you could potentially put them in a triangle and then put one upgrader in between 3 or 4 rooms, that's about as optimized as my brain can go just by seeing what we've seen.
You also said that Fate of the Val was your first full league that you built out in Path of Exile 2. You know, it has very in-depth mechanics, it has the new pinnacle boss, it has all these unique crafting capabilities. Is this something that you guys are going to look back to do for the other leagues that were ported to PoE2 from PoE1? So your Rituals, your Deliriums, do you want to give them the full treatment that I feel like we got with Abyss too? I feel like you might be selling yourself short.
Yeah. So I mean, Abyss was pretty good for sure.
Yeah.
It's just that this one's even just slightly a bit beyond that, and I feel like put it this way, I would say Abyss was reaching the tier of like stuff that a PoE1 league has been doing. But I feel like this Fate of the Val is more like what we kind of want to be doing for a PoE2 like tier of league in terms of like the amount of stuff going on. Now you're completely right that some of the older leagues are not nearly as good compared to in PoE2. I mean, compared to the newer stuff, and that really is where 050, like with all the endgame stuff we're talking about, like it's about that, right? Like it's about making all those league mechanics feel more full, have more things going on. Like making sure that And like when we talk about the Atlas tree, it's like like a lot of the reason why the Atlas tree is not as good is because there aren't as many things that it can do to the leagues that are in the Atlas. And things like that. There's like stuff like that needs to be addressed. So it's a lot of that stuff that needs to happen to kind of make the end game feel better.
Yeah, I was upset when they said they didn't do the end game revamp that they promised. But you have to think about long term. We will forever have the build your own dungeon mechanic in Path of Exile 2 now. It will go to a core in game system where if you see and you collect 5 on your maps, you kill in the circles, the Val circles, you find 5 of them, you can go into the temple and you can start building your own temple forever. So, they're going to build the end game up with one big revamp, which, next patch, which is to questify it. But they're also, every league, they're going to try to add one thing to the end game and build it up step by step also. The questifying is nice too, though. I would really like some voice lines and some scenes and some determinism, just so you can see all the in-game bosses without grinding. you used to need to like 300 splinters to go to one of the bosses, and they've reduced it down to 50. Just maybe even a little easier than that. Just like walk the player through all of the pinnacle bosses on the lowest difficulty by hand. Just hold their hand through it all on the map, on like your first node on the Atlas map, your first chunk should just be the same for everybody. And then outside of that, you can go all totally random. But, it's just nice to be able to see all of it and not be totally like, you're a painter and you have a blank canvas and you're like, what am I doing anymore after going through the campaign? You just need like a little middle ground there.
And yeah, it really is about making those leagues feel more interesting.
Revisiting what we talked about at the top of the interview with Endgame being pushed to 0.5, what was the decision making like with you guys when you said, okay, we're gonna push Endgame and we have Fate of the Vow coming out? Is there a reason why you guys focused more on the League, which looks awesome, as opposed to the Endgame core game changes? Was there like a specific reasoning there, or was it a timing thing?
It wasn't necessarily a question between the League and the end game, because you need to have a League. You just have to. Like, people will not come back if there isn't a League, so like that's just mandatory. So really, it comes down to what other content is going to be in the patch, and it really would have been, if we wanted to push to get the in-game stuff done, we probably would have had to sacrifice the Druid, which I really didn't want to do.
Oh no!
There was a point where we were like, could we sacrifice the Druid to be able to do this?
No.
Stuff, and we decided, you know what? I think that's probably a worse trade.
Don't sack the Druid.
Then, I think it probably wouldn't have delivered quite the what we needed to have, just because like there are some for content like that. There's quite a lot of things deep in the pipeline you should do, like in terms of just like modeling and animation, all that sort of stuff that needs to happen relatively early. So I don't think it would have been as good as what it will be when it's in 0.50 instead. So I feel like we would have compromised in two ways. We would have had like no Druid, and we would have had a worse in-game expansion as well. So I definitely don't think it was the right move. Yeah, it's going to definitely be better to do it later.
It's definitely fair. Okay, this one's a question for myself that I'm curious about. The release in China, the official release happened in 0.3. I'm curious, what was the reception in China, and how did it compare to the original 0.1 release, the global release?
Well, it's going pretty well there, but honestly, I don't have like a huge amount to say about it. Like, okay. It's another market. It's published by Tencent there, and they kind of do that job, and they handle most of the stuff going on there.
Okay. Quick follow-up. What piece of community feedback during 0.3 helped shape 0.4 the most? Is there one thing that really stands out to you guys as, oh my gosh, we definitely need to fix this? And you can't say endgame, okay?
Yeah. I honestly don't know that I could pick any one particular thing. I mean, I guess probably one of the things that's just been generally on our mind is just build diversity and that kind of stuff, like trying to improve that. So there's been a lot of like, balance work and so on going on behind the scenes, and it's still ongoing as well. But like, it's sort of hard to sort of pick that up and be like, hey, this feature was specifically inspired by that, because it really is just like a lot of smaller things. A big goal I have. I mean, look, you've got like the performance work is obviously something I'm really focused on. The balance work is something Mark's really focused on. These are kind of like the two big like things that we're really trying to make sure are getting better. And both of us, unfortunately, in both cases, are like, there's still more to do, right? There's still so much more to do. And Marcus often will say, like, the problem with balance is that you could infinitely do it. Like, you could he could literally spend his entire life doing only that and never anything else, and it would still feel like it wasn't enough. So, that's one of those things. But yeah, we will get to a point though where I think the build diversity in particular is a lot better.
The ascendancy buffs were pretty exciting. I was shocked to see almost every single one was buffed. What did you guys look at in particular to make those decisions? Do you guys use like PoE Ninja? Is it primarily just reading about the feedback? How should people get their feelings about ascendancy classes being more exciting?
It really is more of a question for Mark, this one. But from my understanding, I mean, look, he does do a lot of research on Ninja and that kind of stuff. He's looking at things, but ultimately he's, the question a lot of the thing is like, why is this not played is the hard part sometimes, because the attention usually goes on the things that are being played. That's what people talk about a lot of the time. So it's a much harder thing to look at, okay, like, here's something that isn't played, why? And that's really the question he's asking most of the time. Just like, what would it take to get me to play this is the question that you need to be asking yourself when you're doing these balance.
Well, it's just clear speed, essentially. I mean, is there some way to farm the currency at in-game. That's why most people play the game, is to get a super strong in-game build that could do all the content quickly, so that they can gear up another character, or maybe or some weird, crazy, unique build that you need to spend a lot of currency on. So, I mean, essentially, you know, that issue could be different for every ascendancy, though. It could be, oh well, we gave you this unique, but it's too rare, you know, or finding the exact problem with every ascendancy and what the best solution is the hard part. I mean, the simple answer is they just aren't good enough.
Smart. Okay, shifting gears to the Druid, which is something that I was incredibly excited to finally see in Path of Exile 2 after waiting for it for so long. You guys introduced two initial ascendancies, the Oracle and the Shaman, and while they look interesting, they didn't necessarily vibe with me. I have to pose to you. What happened to an Unga Bunga shape-shifting focus like ascendancy where it's like, oh, you get bonuses for being a bear and flopping into this different form? Is that a plan, or is that something you guys want to refrain from, since shape-shifting forms have kind of been baked into weapons, and I know you don't really want to attach ascendancy to a weapon?
Generally speaking, ascendancies don't do things that are like, we try to make it so they can be used on many classes with many builds. And so if we just said, like, here's the shape-shifting ascendancy class, everyone would just do that, and then there kind of wouldn't be any room left over for other things. And so that's why we would prefer to not do that if we can. I think Mark even already said that, like, we might do a more shape-shifting focused class for a third one, but if we did, it would have to not even say the word shape-shifting in it. It would have to be, like, very much implying shape-shifting and have a lot of bonuses that make sense and be in theme for shape-shifting, while not necessarily actually requiring you to be shape-shifted in order to make it so that it can work across many things.
That's
and
funny.
You'll see that across all the
That's
classes.
hilarious.
Like, we really try to make it so that it is generally applicable as possible while feeling like they're very specific.
What was the craziest part of creating the Druid the past 5-6 years? Is there a moment that you were just like, why are we even doing this? Like, it's very fun.
Well,
I
mean,
cool.
I think I've talked about this before, but like getting the wolf was a challenge.
That's interesting.
And like there was periods where we even cut the wolf, right? Like there was a period where like, we're not doing the wolf again, we're going to do something else. Like it ended up being something that people really wanted, and even internally, so we kind of had to do it. But like there's just like it's just really hard. I mean, look, we had another form at one point that we were gonna specialize in, but
the tree.
We decided not to do in the end. We were gonna have you turn into a giant plant monster. It was like,
yeah, kind of the tree.
But yeah, that's something that it was cool, but it wasn't a wolf. Yeah. Like there are things like that we.
Diablo 2, you could turn into the werebear and the werewolf. That's it. And the werewolf was a man in a wolf suit. It was, you just walked around and you just slashed things with your claws extra quick, and you built up charges. And the more you built up your fury, the faster you slashed. And they said, well, we want to make you feel like a wolf, so they had the wolf walking around on 4 legs. And eventually they settled on, okay, well, you walk on 4 legs in between packs, and during the pack you stand up and you slash with your claws, because they just had a bunch of bite attacks, I guess, and they're like, okay, look, all our wolf does is bite in 6 different fashions. It's like different flavors of biting. It's like, no, you need to stand up, okay? But you can't just be stood up all the time, which is a really weird problem to have, but it is such a game developer problem where you're like, you're so in the niche that you can't see the big picture. It's just like, obviously, have the wolf stand up and then go down onto all 4s and then stand up again. But when you're in the middle of the design, you're really in the weeds.
That we did, but yeah, it's been it's just mostly just been like a real animation challenge, like having to deal with things that aren't humans.
Was there a particular iteration of the Druid, whether like a skill or an ascendancy or a form that you haven't talked about, that you were excited for but you had to cut? Anything that
so definitely the plant monster. It was really cool. Like it walked around on vines and it had this like kind of interesting. Like,
that's sick.
Like, feel to it. I mean, it was the same type of creature as Bramblegast. Like you're going to be like Bramblegast in terms of like.
It
was pretty cool, but as I said, it kind of just didn't really work. And like you do some vine slaps, and then we're kind of like, okay, pretty much the rest of the skill set of this, when you actually try it, just ends up feeling like the same sort of stuff that you had with the nature stuff on the class anyway. So. Right. Like it was cool to be that thing, but it just kind of didn't really make sense in the end.
And people are really vibing with the plant skills too.
Summon it.
Farmers. and to water the plants and everything. Did you expect that sort of reception? Because I'm kind of shocked to see everybody hyped
I mean, I
about.
was really happy with it, honestly. Like, the watering the plants thing came relatively late. Like, it actually happened while we were trying to work out what support gems we could have for the lightning, for the thunderstorm skill. It used to be called Lightning Storm, in fact, and it just had lightning.
Okay.
And I was like, we were trying to design supports, and I was like, okay, like I need to find something else interesting for this to do. I was actually, no, was it the supports? Something like that. But anyway, there was some point where we changed over to be like, okay, let's let's add another mechanic to this that can actually make it so that it interacts with the other skills in the class. And
No, it was they were. I already know. I can assume they were trying to make it so that when you switch into the form, what do the forms do when the thunderstorm's going? And just having shock didn't make any sense. But the water makes you wet, so you're easier to be shocked, and it's easier to freeze the target. Right? That so the wolf you can go thunderstorm and then wolf, and then you're easier to freeze them, or you can go thunderstorm and then wyvern, and then it's easier to shock them. That's what they were looking for. What do you think about the supports? Is getting it to move? They have a support where the thunderstorm, instead of being static, it moves. But back to Diablo 2, you could summon up the tree spirit. Just put that Bramblegast monster and just summon up the Bramblegast. Or maybe if you water the plants enough and they like kill something, that maybe they like eat it and then you get like a carnivorous plant summon. That that is your druid minion right there.
was really happy with that one. And I suspect what we might even end up doing is have the watering concept come onto the ranger at some point in some way. I don't quite know how yet, but at some point I'll probably try to come up with that because I think it kind of can be quite cool. And we did add all of the watering features to all of the plants the ranger already has.
Oh, really? Okay, so there's some.
Yeah, so you can water all the ranger's plants if you want. I mean, currently we're required to do something cross-class, but
okay.
Later on I think we can probably do something interesting.
Not just cross-class, that's cross-attribute. That's a dexterity. The druid or the ranger stuff is pure dexterity. The druid is strength int. Very difficult, but possible to get all that on the same build. Probably more likely, most of the time, going to be a multiplayer thing. Until you get like Astra Mentis and this super late game gear where you have like 300 in every attribute and you can equip all that stuff.
Okay. I want to swap gears and talk a little bit about bosses. Back in 0.3, you guys tremendously decreased the health of pinnacle bosses, not bosses of maps or anything. Do you ever see you raising the ceiling of those again so that maybe they're a little bit more challenging to the top end of builds? People have something to chase after and fight?
The problem with this is that we don't want to limit the number of builds that can be considered viable too much by having the pinnacles be too high in life. And it's especially a little bit, it can be a little bit deceptive when you've got a few things that are completely crazy at the moment that like, can sort of effectively make it seem trivial to a lot of people. But yeah, ultimately it's like the higher your ceiling is on the pinnacles, the higher the well, effectively the higher bar that a build needs to clear to actually be considered viable. And I think it was just kind of not really quite healthy. Now there could still be some adjustment to this, of course, right? Like we'll adjust it once we have a look, but we have to get the balance into a bit more of a like correct place before we can sort of say that like, okay, here's what the life needs to be. And I mean, look, it wouldn't surprise me at all if we ended up buffing some of that life a little bit, but I don't think it needs. I certainly wouldn't want to be like, okay, this is like 3 times higher and like ultra challenging. Because as I said, as soon as you have something like that, that'll become the bar you need to clear for a build to be viable, and suddenly a bunch of builds just get erased. So that's the challenging part there.
Yeah.
And I also see, and I debated it myself, people talking about the new boss resistance window. This only exists in the patch notes right now, unfortunately, so we don't know how it plays out in game. Could you just give the skinny on why you guys implemented it and what exactly it works?
It's just to prevent preloading of the boss with like all sorts of stuff. Like so. I don't know exactly how long it lasts, but it's not long. It's just basically the first few seconds of the fight. The boss is resistant to stuff, and honestly, in PoE1, a ton of bosses have this. It's just like it's just already a thing. In PoE2, we didn't have it. It's been we're adding it. It just prevents like some of the sort of like weird abuse cases that you'll get of like I'm going to just preload the exact place where the boss is going to stand. With all of the effects, and then the boss
lightning
rod
rod
to move before it dies. So yeah, it's just to prevent that kind of thing.
Okay. little bit of a quality of
Right. So the lightning rods is specifically what the issue was. There's probably some other stuff, but yeah, as soon as the boss starts moving around, it is hard to get the lightning rods right on him if the boss moves a lot. If the boss still kind of moves slow, you just delay the preloading insta kill of the boss by a few seconds. Uh, it might get one attack off. It's still like if you can still do that much damage, it's very the boss has to move really fast to get out from being able to stack the lightning rods on it. But some do. There's like a witch that rides a broom specifically is like the fastest boss in the game. But most of the other bosses are pretty lumbering, so they're just gonna walk a few steps, stand onto a new preloaded area, and then get one shot by the same stuff if that stuff works the same. They nerfed all that anyways down a little bit, but I can't think of a ton of other abilities that like kind of just sit in one spot that you couldn't just like move. But maybe like totems or when the shadow comes out with traps, stuff like that. Yeah, as soon as the boss starts moving around, you can't like concentrate like a bomb right underneath them. You have to like hit them, and there's some more play there. But I think in the worst case scenario, the boss just gets insta killed, and in the best case scenario, the boss actually moves around and does their attacks, and then you can't ever get 20 lightning rods underneath them at once ever again during the fight. But that depends on how much the boss moves, so it's gonna affect different bosses differently. So the slow bosses will still get killed by the same stuff relatively in the same way.
life feature regarding the endgame and tablets. Right now, tablets, they have different icons on them, but it's really hard to differentiate, especially since there's no like stash tab for them. Is there
Yeah,
a way-
we can probably sort that out. Like I agree that that's something that we just need to fix. And actually I actually brought it up like yesterday with someone, so we might even see if we can fix that before the release. It's possible.
Yeah.
But I'll see. I'll check out on that.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, I agree. It could be changed.
Okay. This is a fun one here. So the Path of Exile 2 campaign, swapping gears entirely. Are you satisfied with the current difficulty curve for the campaign?
Yeah.
I would say
Seems
that I
fine.
mostly am, but there have been some cases where we had problems with weapon types during campaign. Mark mentioned this basically where you just had holes in the progression and you wouldn't really appreciate why it was as a player, but like it meant you just didn't get upgrades for your weapon for pretty significant periods of time in some cases. And so we've effectively plugged those now so that the weapon progression should feel a bit better as you go through.
This is because you got really overpowered weapons with implicits like the dual string bow. And as soon as you get a dual string bow that shoots another projectile for free, you're not going to find another upgrade for that unless your tooltip damage doubles, right? So if you're doing 1,000 DPS with the dual string bow, another bow that doesn't shoot two projectiles would have to do 2,000 damage or more to be about the same. So they nerfed all those essentially to be about half as effective. That way, you only need to find another bow that does 1,500 DPS. So that's going to come about potentially before you find the next tier of dual string bow, which I think I forget what it's called, but the highest tier one's the Gemini bow. But essentially, you were just skipping tons of weapons to get to the next weapon that had that implicit. So you'd go from like a level 30 bow to like a level 50 bow to like a level 70 bow, which is like 20 levels between changing your weapon is a ton. So yeah, good job on them. Also, that stuff should not be that powerful just because you find it with an implicit. It fricks up your progression.
And that should mean that like if you fell into a hole with regard to not being able to get a weapon upgrade in certain places, which was like just an issue, for a lot of the time, then yeah, that should be sorted out at least. But that being said, like you do want some things to be harder and some things to be easier. Like generally speaking, what we want is like towards the end of an act, it like ramps up in difficulty and gets a bit harder, and then you have the next act, you get a little bit of a downgrade again, so you get that sort of feeling of relief a little bit of like, now I'm just fighting regular trash.
They do really good.
And then it kind of ramps up again to get harder again. So that's kind of the ideal curve that we get.
They did really good. That curve is felt.
I'm glad
you can
brought up
feel
the
it.
weapon drop thing because that's something that has been brought to my attention quite a bit, and I've experienced it too, where the difference between someone who gets that lucky drop and someone who doesn't. I mean, you can have a 30-second boss fight or a 3-minute long boss fight, and some people, they can't last that entire 3 minutes, unfortunately, and they end up just giving up.
Right.
So it sounds you guys adjusted essentially seating.
Well, what
base
more
lights,
mostly
and
is
stuff.
was just that you'd have situations where you'd have like gaps of like 28 levels before you got a DPS upgrade, just because the way the weapon types happen to be.
Yeah.
That's obviously not right. So like it should. I'm not going to say it will prevent you from ever having a situation where you would not get a good weapon, but it certainly should reduce the number of cases where that happens quite a lot.
No, Try's talking about a different problem. Try's talking about how impactful your weapon is, period. If you get like +1 damage on your weapon, that's multiplied by all of your passive tree and all of your abilities, and that 1 damage turns into thousands of damage per second. John's talking about the implicit weapons that are way more powerful than anything until you find the next version of it 28 levels later. So there's a little bit of miscommunication.
Just by virtue of improving that.
This also feeds into a topic you guys spoke about a few other days, where there's power in your gear and there's power in more deterministic avenues. You know, the passive tree, your skill gems, and all.
Ah,
that.
see, now
And I
he's
think
turning
in
the
campaign,
conversation.
It's one area where people can drop off entirely. Where if they're not lucky, they're not getting gear upgrades, they can't go somewhere and farm power in their gems or get more levels in the passive tree because it's not as powerful if they don't get that gear drop. So do you have any we talked about this before, do you have any ideas for like maybe pushing players to the shop or doing the crafting tutorial I know we spoke about a few months ago, so like the new players, so they know, like I do, we'll just go check the shop when you level up, you're probably going to get a weapon upgrade there. Gamble with the gambler, you're going to get a massive upgrade there. Is that something you would look to put into the game sometime soon?
Well, okay, so I do definitely want to put a thing about crafting, a tutorial for crafting, because I do know that's something that's like less obvious. I would sort of hope that people don't need to know about the fact that like there's a shop there, right? I mean, they're there, right? Like it should be relatively clear. Like that one, I don't think there's any like misunderstanding.
You're overestimating the average player, John. Okay, Path of Exile 2 is a huge audience. These players, a lot of them have never even played a game like this. You need to hold their hand. Like, even if the NPC says, hey, come back every day and my shop will change. Like, even if you, like, narratively tell them, just tell them. Because what people didn't do, they didn't, like, I play the game in the safest way possible normally, whereas I go super slow, pick everything up, and I upgrade all my stuff to the 9s. Other people are playing the game, go as fast as possible, don't pick up anything, don't upgrade anything until you hit a wall, and then the players that are a little less knowledgeable, they don't understand why there's a wall. And that's the issue, is that you didn't do any of the steps of, you didn't do any salvaging, you didn't do any crafting, you didn't check any shops, you didn't buy anything yet. Like, these are steps you need to be doing basically every level, if not like every 10 levels. If you've gone more than 10 levels, if you look at all your gear and something's 10 levels lower than you required, that's when you start thinking about gambling. But you need to explain it. The game's popular. People are trying it that aren't. Don't overestimate player IQ and guidance and handholding. Like, there's a yellow paint issue in adventure games for a reason, because without the yellow paint, then the players won't climb there.
Think about that. I guess, funnily enough, I think that's more of a PoE1 player experience thing, where like they expect the shop items to be bad. I think people who weren't PoE1 players would generally expect that the shop items can be good, because most games do have good shop items. It's just really PoE1 that doesn't. So that can kind of be that.
That's
like,
hilarious.
That kind of issue that's going on with that particular one.
That is interesting to know, that it might not even be new players. It might just be the PoE1 players that have played this game for 15 years, and they just ignore the shop because they're trained to ignore the shop. I didn't know that because I didn't play PoE1 a bunch. I got to like level 20 something, and I was like, okay, I'm good. But That's hilarious how they've trained their players to not do that.
As for gambling, I mean, yeah, like people try that generally. I think that's kind of mostly okay. So it's really the crafting. I think that if you're a new player and you don't understand how the crafting works, that can be the thing. Yeah, as I said, that's why we want to do a tutorial there. But I mean, look, you can always grind for items, and you will find better upgrades and stuff like that. You can do it. And the other thing, of course, we want to push you towards is like do more of the side quests, do more of those like extra power giving things that are on the map. And so that might be more we'd want to push people towards because those ones will both give you more drops, but also give you more specific rewards and all sorts of stuff. Like if you're missing out on those, and you're having a hard time, that'd be where you go like to fix your issue. We've sort of had a bit of a hard time communicating those as much, as what some other games have done. So I think that's probably where I'd want to try and improve the communication there.
Yeah, this is where my playstyle comes in, and like I do all that stuff. I have to do all that stuff because I don't want to hit that wall. I'm kind of afraid of hitting the wall where I get stuck and I have to go back and grind. So I just do all that stuff the first time through, and yeah, it takes me like 2 hours to get through Act One, but I never hit a wall. And when I get to Act Two, I never hit a wall, right? And it just feels like good, solid progression, even if it takes a little bit longer. Really, if you want to go as fast as possible, you try to find the wall. You try to find where, like, I've gone so fast and I've skipped all this stuff, and now I can't progress. Now I'm going to do just the bare minimum to progress. That's how you progress the fastest, uh, which is something I'm trying to force myself to do a little bit more. But I have to force myself to leave all the stuff on the ground.
That sounds good. Elaborating a little bit on the crafting side of things.
Mm-hmm.
The last league we had Abyss and we had the bones and that crafting and we had the special lich modifiers. That was all super cool. It led a lot of people though to go use resources outside of game because these things, these omens, these bones, they're very valuable and people didn't want to waste them, right? Or they end up just selling them. And do you have any thoughts on whether or not you guys would ever implement some in-game resource where it tells you, okay, this item has these particular affixes and you can roll these specific modifiers because it has these tags, like all that information in game, because it's all there. You know, you go to PoE2 DB or you go to like Path of Exile and it's all in the files. It's just not in game. Is that too, like, I don't know. You interact with the UI too much or something? Or
so there's a couple of things about that. So we'd have to make some kind of like I'm not totally against doing this as like a kind of like a mod database almost type of situation, maybe. But I do worry that it will like when you're actually new, that it will still steer you away. So like I kind of want to find a way to do that doesn't feel wrong. We did at one point talk about having like a crafting system type window thing that would like help you with that, but it kind of didn't really end up.
An encyclopedia. Tons of strategy games. If you've ever played a really complicated strategy game, they have an encyclopedia. In Civilization, they have the Civpedia. That is exactly what you're talking about. That is exactly how you could express the depth of the game to the player. Nobody touches that stuff until they need to. It's like next to the settings. It's when you go to trade and you go in your inventory, it's not there. You hide that from the player because it's too much, it's overwhelming. But when the player wants the resource, you could literally just link to the website pages in your own UI. You probably wouldn't want to do that because it's like a third-party thing. But you could set it up yourself the way that you want to. And then people would, I guess the data miners would know if you were lying because they would be on their website and not on yours. But you could link up to all that in what would you call it? The Rayclastopedia, right? The in-world lore book about all of the modifiers that can drop on all the gear, and express everything that you would want a new player to have access to through that, but hide it right next to the settings. It's just basically a book's worth of knowledge there. That's how all of those games do it. And you don't have the cluttered UI that turns a player away when they're like, whoa, dude, this is too much for me.
Going anywhere for various reasons. That being said, in some cases with the omens in particular, you had the homogenizing omens were kind of one of those things where you would have to really using those like does require information that like the game wasn't really giving you. But I think the better situation in that regard, like for various reasons, was to get rid of them. Like, but look, there's always going to be cases where you can get advantage by going to information sources out of game. Like, it's definitely going to be the case.
Right. Yeah.
So like on some level, you kind of you've lost that battle before you even started. So I think that surfacing what mods can generate is interesting, and maybe we should do that. But I don't know that I go too much further than that. That's probably about the limit of what I'd say that I'd want to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For like tutorial, just a resource in game to read, just so people are aware of what's going to happen. Like, I remember I was so excited when I saw like, oh, the Kurgol modifier and the Ulaman. I was like, oh, what are these? What could they be? And then I thought, oh man, this is probably really costly if I end up using it without investigating first. So sometimes it can discourage people from experimenting and just lead to, okay, I'm going to list it on the trade marketplace and not touch it. So that's good to hear.
You could also do an in-game, in-lore way to add to your encyclopedia. Like, you pick up lore as you progress, and you add to your book as you want to make that available to the player. Like, early in the campaign in Act 1, you don't care because you're going to replace all that gear anyways. But, you can kind of drip feed them and grow their encyclopedia and what they have access to, as they progress. And there's really cool ways to deliver that. And then they don't have to read it if they don't want to. They can just say, "Hey, this is here. If you need it, or when you need it, it's there in game. You don't have to go find it on all these websites, because that's another thing that'll turn people off."
Now, I saw a little bit of confusion on the forums about the increased monster hit points and how ailment thresholds will scale up that. I saw some devs maybe saying, oh, well, those are two different stats in PoE2. They don't correlate. Have you guys thought about how monsters are going to have higher health now and how that interacts with player ailments?
I don't know actually what happened with this. My assumption would be that the ailment threshold would not be affected. That's my assumption. Okay. But I don't actually know that for sure, so I'd have to actually ask.
No, the ailment threshold is part of how much health things have. And so is their stun threshold. That's also based on their max health. So Jonathan probably doesn't know because he's not doing that, but somebody should know, and somebody should be keeping an eye on that. Probably Mark,
Someone to find out what happened with that. But I don't believe it is our intention to make ailments harder to apply, so I would imagine that we would just sort that out. That's not something that we would...
you could just change it down. If you increase their max health by 40%, change the formula down 40%. Shouldn't be that hard, depending on how complicated they set it up in the first place.
Intentionally do, I would say.
Okay, that's good to hear. Good to hear. Okay, this is a question about bosses, again. Now,
bosses!
PoE2 Pinnacle bosses are the only bosses that I know of that have drop tables. No other mob type has it in the game. Is this something you would look forward to adding to the campaign and specific bosses of zones, sort of like divination card drops in PoE1, so people in solo self-found or in Trade League can target farm certain unique items and the like? Or is this something you'd like to keep reserved for the Pinnacles?
I think it's really case by case, and I honestly don't have like an overall philosophy about this, other than just to say that like you do want some fixed rewards are really important to make different content actually be played. So you do need that. So that's like sort of the main reason why we do that. And other than that, I mean, the general drop pool is you want to keep that exciting as well. The divination card thing we will do eventually in PoE2. Like, we've already told people that will come at some point. We've already even given some people free divination cards in those boxes we did ages ago. So we've done that already as well. So that'll happen. I don't have an exact... I'm not going to tell you yet how exactly those are going to be laid out, but yeah, part of the thing you're getting with the divination cards is the ability to target farm certain things. So there'll be an element of that for sure. All right. When they do come.
Excited to see that in game. I have two MTX questions for you. The first...
So you don't need a drop table in the campaign bosses because you have to do them to progress the campaign. The Pinnacles are optional, so they have special tables so that if you want some in-game unique, you have to go to that boss to get it. I mean, that all makes sense. I I didn't play PoE1, so I don't know what the div cards do. If you're in chat, what do the div cards do? Do you like transmute them into an item, or is it just like a collectible?
Is related to all of these awesome microtransactions having specific effects attached to them. Map devices that track your time in the map, track the number of rares, magic mobs, common mobs in the map, and how they're attached to the actual cosmetic. Is there any way that grinding your games would be able to detach the effect from the cosmetic and let you use it? Because this is some people are saying, oh, I buy this, but I don't want to wear the cosmetic, or I don't want to use the cosmetic, or I want to mash them together. Is that something you guys are aware of and looking into?
Over time, we have been doing more of that, like with the tracking scroll stuff that we've been doing and so on. Like for like the sort of global character stats, we've been doing that kind of thing. But then in some cases we do just like part of the excitement and theme of the item is the thing that it does, right? So like, look, it really is case by case. But like, I mean, yeah, sure, we do hear that, and we have been moving a bit more towards that with certain features, but other ones not. Like, and so with the map device thing, for example, like I think it's kind of important that the map device is part of the the thing of that, like it's right in theme with it, and it's what makes it interesting and so on. So yeah, I just, as I said, I wouldn't want us to get away completely from that, but we have been doing more of it in certain cases of splitting the functionality.
I have to not commemorate, glaze, I guess is the popular word to use, GGG for trying hard to stick to in-game plausible in narrative ways of applying these very much meta mechanics. Like that keeps the game feeling on theme as opposed to Call of Duty, what they did with I think Call of Duty 7 where you can get like a Snoop Dogg or a was it like a South Park or a Simpsons skin, like some they're just way off the wall. It's not even like a military game at some point. So so I mean, good on them for like continually trying to stay on theme with the game. It's dark fantasy. That's your theme. Everything should stay dark fantasy tied in lore. Don't stray away from that. People are playing the game because they like the theme too.
Shifting over to transmog, your developers dropped a big bomb on Reddit a few months ago about a transmog system that's in the works that will allow us to permanently unlock some skins. Do you have any update on that and how it works?
No update yet, but it will happen. It's just not done yet.
Okay. People are very excited for that, let me tell you. They love dressing up their characters in PoE. Okay, the interludes. They were introduced last league. They're here again this league, and they were a huge hit. I loved them. I loved how snappy they were. They told like really concise stories, and the action kept flowing. Now, I'm not asking about a campaign skip. I'm just saying, with the reception of interludes, do you see a future in which you have the PoE2 campaign, 6 acts, and then maybe you guys go back and you add a bunch of other interludes, and you can run either the campaign, or if you've already beaten the campaign, maybe you run a set of 9 or 12 interludes that are a little snappier. You don't have a lot of dialogue. It seems like a middle ground solution that I don't think I'd have ever thought of before. Kind of interesting.
Well, it's not something that I'd really considered, so I guess I'll just put that in the list of things to think about. But yeah, it's not exactly something in my mind for sure.
Okay.
I mean, look, the thing we've said about the interludes is like all that content was really made for endgame. So that's when that we'll put like just extra in-game maps and stuff like that. So we'll use it for that in the short term. But yeah, there's not like a huge amount of dialogue and all that sort of stuff, and that's the stuff that'll go away. And then I guess we could consider using it for some other purpose like that in the future.
Okay.
I guess I could imagine maybe imagine doing like a custom race or something like that, or I don't know. There'd be probably some way we could use the content and something like that maybe.
Okay. We talked about this a little bit earlier with the Ignite on the Wyvern and Incinerate, changing up how Ignite works. A lot of people like the fantasy of hitting monsters really, really fast and applying lots of dots on them, as opposed to just the one big hit magnitude that you need to do in PoE2 right now to apply a big dot. Is that a fantasy that you guys are going to keep working on implementing with Bleed, Ignite, or elements like that?
We'll probably do some adjustments, but I don't know, like there isn't like an immediately clear, obvious, like here's the change that's going to happen here. Like we're going to have to come up with something different. I think that it's pretty interesting what we've done with the Wyvern, Flame Breath, and Incinerate. Like I think that can go some way, but I think it's kind of going to come down to individual skills, like what are different ways. I wouldn't want to change the system in general, because like so in PoE1 you could kind of do this, but like the specking was just kind of a few different random multiplicative scalars that didn't really make sense, and I kind of didn't love it. You need like a thematically sensible way for it to happen, that also can't be taken advantage of, and like in a negative way. So like it's kind of a little bit tricky. I do understand that like that is a fantasy, but yeah, like it's I think it's going to come down to individual skills and uniques and stuff like that to sort of enable that. Maybe even a keystone. Like there was some discussion of like a keystone to change ignite into more of a different way to apply it, but we didn't quite work out exactly how that could work yet. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be like the core way it works. It'll be more just like unlocked by other mechanics, I would say.
Okay. Okay.
Again, he's always thinking about what makes sense, what's on theme, what's plausible, what is plausible in the fiction. He respects the fiction of the game. But now they've made the Wyvern Breath that stacks up Ignite by hitting multiple times. That means that it would be very easy that I think there's some Amazon spear skills that stab a bunch of times and stack up bleed. That would make sense right there. I'm sure there's like a poison cloud. However long the enemy's in the cloud, it makes sense that the cloud is continually poisoning them more and more and more. Like that makes sense right there. The cloud's not just hitting them once, but if it's like a poison dart or like like a one poison arrow, um, that makes sense. That like how much damage the arrow does is how effective the poison is. So yeah, just make sense for the ability or whatever. Like, or if there's like a whole, I don't even think there's like a whole character that you would need like a keystone. Seems like a dead end, kind of. It's more about like the actual ability. What's actually going on? Are you like stabbing them with the spear 20 times, and then they get more and more poison during the ability, or are you just like hitting them with one hit? Just make it piece by piece.
You were talking about builds that you guys were designing for the Druid. You're going to release them in a few videos leading up to launch. For any patch in the past, was there a build that you guys discovered or thought about that maybe it's no longer viable, maybe it is, that you guys were really excited for, but nobody discovered it? Is there anything you can think of?
I don't know if I can really remember anything particularly. The players usually find much more stuff than what we find, quite frankly. And there's just so many more of them, so it's kind of hard to hide things, I would say, as far as mechanics go, because yeah, people uncover them for sure. The much more likely scenario would be that there was something we thought was viable that ended up not being, but nothing comes to mind about that.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask, is there anything that you were like, oh man, this is going to be so busted,
nothing
and then,
mind,
then the players are like, wow, this is total crap, Jonathan. We don't want to play this at all. Okay. Question about the future of PoE2 and PoE1. I know a few interviews ago you mentioned that you guys you're looking to hire some producers for the team to help with like the project management loads. Long term, in an ideal world, are you looking at grinding your games with a Path of Exile 1 team, a Path of Exile 2 team, and some people that work between the teams? Or do you really like the atmosphere that you've curated where people are, working on PoE1, working on PoE2, and they swap between them constantly every 2 months?
We have been splitting people up a little bit more, and that's mostly because like having to deliver something every 2 months is really quite hard.
Right.
Like just mentally in terms of people, trying to work on this stuff. So like we've actually been doing that a little bit more. And I mean, look, eventually it'll be good if like most people can only have to worry about a release every 4 months rather than 2. So that would kind of be the goal. But yeah, it requires like having 2 of everything, right? Like you have to have people that can do every single job, but twice,
right?
Which isn't always necessarily easy. So yeah, we'll move towards that, but it's just going to take time.
They've bitten off a lot for their company. They have twice as much workload that they've put on all of their employees. Are they getting paid twice as much? No. Is the company making twice as much money? Maybe. If they are, they could just hire twice as many people and have everybody specialize. It really depends. Does Path of Exile 2 justify its own team alone? Like, is it making that much money? That's the question. And if that's true, like, is Path of Exile 1 justifying its own team. I mean, obviously for 15 years or so it has. Um, it just depends on the income essentially on how much they're willing to grow and how much they logistically can grow.
Okay. With your Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2 leagues, I've noticed, especially the past two, I'd say Keepers of the Flame and Abyss, you guys have really gone in to adding more story flourishes, and this is something I kind of care about, like Aelith's story. I guess I won't spoil it for people who haven't played it yet, but Aelith and the whole Keepers of the Flame story was really, really interesting. Is that something your narrative team is really keen on, like evolving as each patch comes out? Now we have interactive dialogue, we have these cool Easter eggs and all that. Is that something that they have more bandwidth to do now, or
we've hired a lot more narrative people recently. Like the team's much bigger, so that's why that's sort of starting to happen.
Oh, really?
They're hiring.
One start on Monday. Yeah, like the team's expanding in that regard, and that's why we're now able to do a lot of the stuff that we previously just weren't really able to do. So yeah, it's definitely something that we've improved a lot.
Okay, yeah, I really appreciate those extra little touches too. So as a lore enjoyer myself. Okay, I have a bunch of rapid fire questions for you, Jonathan. I maybe they'll inspire some discussion, but they might be simple as well. And then I have one thing to close out everything with. Okay, so first, we were planned to get a pathing import for the passive skill tree in PoE2. Is there any status on that? Is that still coming?
I don't know the status for it, but it still is planned. So I still want to get that.
Okay. How about sprint? Okay, I think after a few days of clunkiness, I love it. Okay, but I was very frustrated and I was dying a lot those first few days. Is there any opportunity to add a specific keybind for sprint where it does your roll into the sprint? It's just not on your dodge key? Is that something that could happen?
So I hadn't heard anyone ask for that specific thing about like still doing the roll.
Yeah, like a separate.
So what are you suggesting that when you press it, it would continue sprinting even if you weren't holding it, or are you saying just so that you don't have the ability, like so you don't have the potential for accidentally running?
That's it, because some people have really fat fingers, and they mean to dodge, they go into the sprint, and bam, they get stunned out of it.
So, I guess we could do that. Like we could have it so that you can like separate the two out, but they're by default combined. I suppose that would be an option. Okay. I'll ask about that. That might be something we can do.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great for people with fat fingers like myself. All right, this one I know has been done to death as well, but I think it would help a lot of new players.
See, personally, before you ask the next question, I like accidentally going into the sprint because you get a little bit of movement speed and very few times are you going to get hit. Most of the times I get hit, I'm sprinting into monsters when I should be rolling. Oftentimes after the roll, if I get a quarter second of sprint, I'm happy I got a little bit of movement speed to get the distance before I cast my next spell or do my next attack. So I don't mind accidentally going into the little sprints. Actually, I feel like the short sprints are very beneficial to the player. Only if you accidentally sprint at an enemy that you can't run around or into a projectile. I guess sometimes you might accidentally sprint into a projectile with certain monster types that have fast projectiles. I think it should be an option, frankly, but I probably won't use it, but I think some people should.
Death recap, even a simple one. Is that something you guys want to add?
I mean, at some point probably, but unfortunately not really on the cards in the near future.
Okay. So for map modifiers and for items, is there the possibility to add in color coding for prefixes and suffixes and certain modifiers in PoE2?
I'd actually prefer not, because I don't like items to turn into a rainbow. Like I think it really hurts how they look. Okay. So it's just one of those things that I don't really love.
Like a hotkey?
Yeah, so I'm not a fan of it personally.
Not a fan of it? How about map modifiers? Like being able to highlight certain map modifiers, or is that...
I suppose it's similar where it just like turns into a bit of a rainbow in the end, which is I'm not a huge fan of.
Okay.
I like the idea of tries to have a hotkey, because you could have it, by default it would just look normal. But when you're trying to identify quickly whether or not you want to pick up or carry around this item, or if you want to throw it on the ground, I feel like being able to quickly see if it has the color of stats that you're looking for. You could associate skill levels with gold. And then if you saw, oh, this thing has a gold modifier, that's plus to some skill level. Those are good. Then you could more quickly see that without reading the whole item. And so you just look over it and then maybe press down a toggleable hotkey, and then it would flash the color for you while you held down the button, and then it would go back to normal. So it would be a rainbow when you wanted it to be a rainbow, and then not. That might help me personally, because identifying whether or not to keep an item is a lot of my time in game. is like, is this good or not? And it takes experience to understand that, but helping a player identify, I think there's something there on like, hey, maybe like they have this add-on that determines you can look up the price of an item on the auction house live in the game. That's an add-on for a reason, because it's really useful. It's like, hey, is this worth something? Is it like, there's two things, I guess. Is this an upgrade for my character, or is this worth something? Answering those two questions is going to determine kind of what you want to do with the item. So they don't want to tell the player, hey, this is an upgrade for your item, because it's just up or down arrows like Diablo. You have to find a more elegant way of doing it. Which, I mean, just color coding them still leaves a lot on the player side to do. You're not telling them what's good or bad. You're just associating them with their tag, essentially. This is an HP modifier. This is a mana modifier, which they already do in game. That's how when you upgrade your rings with catalysts, if you do a mana catalyst, it upgrades all the mana tags on the ring. Or if you do like a fire catalyst, it'll upgrade the plus to fire damage and the plus to fire resistance if the ring has both. So you could just make the fire stuff glow red, and the mana stuff glow blue, and the cold stuff glow light blue, like cyan. You could figure it out to where that, but it's not default, so it doesn't look like a rainbow by default. But maybe give the player the option. Don't make it the default. Let the player go into the settings and then select, do you want color-coded modifiers? I think that's fine, because the player gets to choose whether or not they play with it. And by default, you probably have it off, so you're happy with it not looking like a rainbow. I feel like that's a fine compromise.
All right, for all my Acolyte of Chayula lovers out there, all 1% of them, are you planning on adding like chaos attacks to the quarterstaff anytime soon to maybe build out the
I don't have a specific thing there. Probably one of the major things we need to do is just work and just rework chaos generally. Like, I would say that it needs like some kind of ailment or something. Like, we need something for it to do more than what it's doing. So yeah, like we need to do a full chaos rework, really, I would say.
Okay. Performance improvements for opening the Atlas. I know you mentioned this.
That's interesting that they need to do a full chaos rework, because I was just playing chaos on the witch, and the chaos witch doesn't really need an ailment because the chaos witch spells are damage over time. So what would a chaos ailment do? We already have curses that lower chaos resistance and curses that lower damage wither on the monsters. It'd be interesting to see what the chaos ailment would do. Is it just another damage over time effect that I could spread with contagion? Because like, what it was, shock, they do more damage. Ignites damage over time. Chill is slowing them down. Yeah, I guess they just pick some when you're affected by chaos. I mean, chaos is such a weird abstract notion in the first place, because poison does chaos damage, it doesn't do poison damage. You'd have to separate them out, which would maybe be, so you actually have poison damage in the game, which seems like it might be a lot of work.
still going to get the black screen when we open the Atlas right now?
That probably, I need to check on that. I haven't like looked at that specific thing personally. But yeah, like the reason why it does that is because it's loading shaders in the background, and so that is, there isn't a huge amount we can do about that because we're kind of at the whim of the display driver. One thing I will just say generally is if you have problems with black screens in general, deleting a shader cache can improve it potentially. If you've got a full shader cache, so just like do that from time to time. Or reinstall your graphics driver as well. That could help. But yeah, if you get a really long scene there, it can be because of that. But yeah, like unfortunately, shaders need to load, but you also don't want to load them before you open the Atlas because that would just be wasting your memory. So yeah, that's the reason why it's like that.
Okay, so clean your keyboard, clean your monitor, and clear your shader cache before Friday, guys. That's what you want to do. Okay, the
that's hilarious
command we have in PoE1 that shows us which passes we missed. Possibility of getting that in PoE2 so we can see it all in one place instead of like scrolling over all the map icons?
I think a better solution to that would be to integrate it somehow into the world screen because like that's kind of what's showing you like. So for example, like maybe there should be like a pop down thing that says like 0 out of 3 passive things done or something like something like that. Like there'd be some way to integrate it there probably. That I prefer to just a chat command.
I like
that. That would probably be the way to do that. I reckon.
Yeah, that sounds great.
All right, this one, people going crazy asking about it. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Auto sort inventory, Jonathan. What is your philosophy on this? Is that
please.
Ever gonna happen?
Well, I mean, if I ever do that, then Chris will come rolling out of his grave to kill me. So, I've got to bear that in mind as a downside.
True.
It's the whole item weight thing, right?
Yeah,
it's the whole item weight thing. It's very, it's one of those things of like it goes down the road of like items not even mattering and like you never actually see them, you never interact with them, like that kind of stuff, right? That's
okay. I get it.
So, I mean, even the stuff we do have around like item affinities and so on made Chris pretty uneasy. But that was still really important.
I get it.
I actually came up with as like a way to sort of make it so that you still interact with stuff, but you still have some level of automation with regard to the stash. But like that kind of thing, has been good. But the auto sort, I think, might be a little bit of a...
The item weight all the way back to Diablo 2. That's why we have a spatial inventory. But the thing is, when you have so many freaking items, what do you want your game to be, right? Do you want your game to be... It's okay to have some inventory management, but at some point, holy moly, people are buying quad tab stash tabs to have 4 stash tabs on one screen because there's so many freaking items in the game. So, if you want to have item weight, I don't know, man. I would love to have auto sort inventory, auto sort tabs. I don't feel like it would reduce the item weight unless it was infinitely large. Eventually, your stash will fill up. But some people have bought stash tabs for 15 years, and they effectively have infinite stash because they've spent hundreds of dollars getting all the tabs. So for them, auto sort would definitely remove item weight. But it also makes inventory management easier. So it's about how many items is a player interacting with. Because like if you buy a bunch of tabs, you just sell stuff automatically now. I think you can automatically price it. I don't know if you can automatically price it in your vendor that will sell it when you're offline. You might have to price each one individually. But even then, like, we're at a point where it's like, that's kind of how they make money is the microtransaction item. The item weight is how they kind of make money. It's kind of like how much inventory space you have to micromanage. So I don't think they necessarily need to make it harder for you as the player to make money. Like that item friction is... I mean, it's kind of the expected way that their monetization works. It could be worse. It could be a darker, more sinister way to make money. But I think the cosmetics probably make them plenty. Auto sort. I mean, especially for the little items, could we at least auto sort the little one by one square items? Because there's a lot of them and they add up. I would definitely appreciate that.
Bridge too far.
Mhm.
But you
Oh.
know, like maybe there could be a world, as I said, like the proponents against that, and you know, like not necessarily as loud as they were before. So I suppose maybe, but yeah, I'm not a fan personally.
I mean, how fast did the call come from Chris when async trade was implemented into the game?
Well, he certainly was concerned about it. I'll tell you that. He was certainly very concerned about it. But I managed to sell him in the end. I sold him in the end, and then he was on board. So,
okay, well that's good to hear. I'm glad you guys are on good terms with that. Okay, now this one. This one right here. Okay, profanity filter on console. Apparently, there's no profanity filter. Is that something you guys could implement on console? Yeah, I don't know if that's you or Sony. Maybe
it wasn't on my radar at all. Is there normally an option in the game for that?
I don't know. I get profanity filter.
I'm like completely. I actually know nothing about this whatsoever. I'm like just zero understanding of the situation with the.
Yeah. I don't know. People they don't like seeing swear words. I guess they're like me.
Sure. I mean, it was not even a thing anyone's ever mentioned to me before.
Okay. Shapeshift MTX when? Why was there not a Druid supporter pack, Jonathan? What is this? Come on.
Well, there are going to be some MTX for Druid, but I just think they're not in the packs, so therefore you didn't announce them.
Cool.
That's because the packs that we sell like that, they generally we try not to make them specific to a class, right? Because those are the kind.
It's gonna be the mystery boxes. Come on, guys! You got to buy the mystery boxes to get your Druid shapeshifting MTX forms.
Like the real money, like things that get you the points. So the stuff you spend the points on, those are the ones that are going to be specific to classes, and therefore that's where all the different bear forms and things like that are going to be. In fact, I think that there are all the skills have something for the Druid, right off the bat this time. It's something I don't think we've ever managed to do before.
Could you leak a bear form MTX? Is there like a
unfortunately, not really my department, so I'm not going to do that. But yeah, there's some stuff there.
Okay, 2 more quick questions, Jonathan. One, I don't know if you're aware of this. I hope I'm not getting you in trouble or anyone in GGG in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
There was a Twitch drop where somebody was adjusting their glasses, the Exile's treasurer decoration. It was really interesting. It stood out to me. How did you feel about GGG immortalizing you in game? Okay, to close us out, obviously you guys are revisiting Atziri in this expansion.
Mm-hmm.
First out, was it kind of exciting or nostalgic to go back to Atziri because she was like the very first expansion to PoE1, Sacrifice of the Vow, and that was the first big endgame boss? How did that feel on your end?
For sure. I mean, people have a lot of love for Atziri, so there was also this whole everyone was very keen to make sure we get it right in terms of how she looks and everything. Like a bunch of people came out of the woodwork to have opinions about that. So there was a lot of that. There was a lot of that stuff going on with the trailer and everything as well. So yeah, that was a big one for sure. So yeah, I think it turned out very well, and we've got a pretty awesome version of Atziri for the that kind of lives up to what we were to what people had in their imagination, I suppose, from the previous version and what they were seeing. So that's been a lot of fun for sure.
Now it was very exciting to see. Everything was framed very well in the trailers. People were quite excited. Now I have a lore question for you. Doriani says Atziri communes with the beast. Unofficial interpretation from Jonathan. What does that mean? Communing with the beast.
Well, I guess you'll have to wait to see the beast and Atziri in the game to find out. But yeah, you'll see, I suppose, is the answer to that.
You'll see
on the 12th, and then you'll find out the answer to that question.
All right, there we go. That's why you hired all the narrative designers to get that serious storyline in the game. I see. Okay, well, Jonathan, this was a pleasure as always. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to sit down, take questions from the community, explain your thoughts. It's always great. Really appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Okay, well, you have 4 more days until the launch. I wish you well.
For sure.
I hope everything goes great. I hope I hope there's not as many bugs as we people expect in the league.
I'm sure there can be some, but yeah, hopefully we should be right.
Yeah, server's not on fire. Everything good. It's the Christmas patch. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
New player peak. We'll see. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Jonathan. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, guys.
Whoa.
You guys think about it. I'm afraid I had to close chat at one point.
W, thank you. Great
I had
job,
to close chat
W.
at one point, so that's all I'll say. Did you guys enjoy it?
Well, of course, his chat
Hopefully
is
you guys
all
enjoyed it. That's all.
glazing him, and I will glaze him too. Great interview, Try. And also, Jonathan is such a great game designer. Holy moly, he's so smart, and I don't think I really can disagree on anything from his from a game design perspective. It's he's really got it on lock, and I feel like that should give everyone confidence that the game's going in the right direction. It's going to be continually improved on, and it's just it's just a company. They're just people. It takes time. It's early access. You can't expect too much, but the game's already like one of the best games in the genre ever made. The core engine functions pretty flawlessly, and optimization. Yeah, you're always gonna have to optimize stuff when it's brand new because first you make it, and it's kind of janky, and by the time you get to the full release, you iron all that stuff out. I think if you look at this game, not even in 10 years, in like 3 years, it is going to be so deep and complex and optimized, and you all going to have such a variety of play styles that anybody who loves this genre of game, I don't know if you're going to be able to make a competitor. These guys have all the tools and all the knowledge and all the experience and already such a great base for a game. You're going to have to do some crazy stuff to compete with these guys because, I mean, Diablo 2 is really such a keystone in the genre. I don't think anybody's made anything like it since until this. And I mean, Path of Exile has carried the torch. Path of Exile 1 has carried the torch for all these years for what Diablo 2 was as a game that Blizzard could not recreate. They can't hold their own torch for their old game. And GGG's doing it, which is great because me and my friends had a lot of fun trading online. It was the first game that we could trade online, and there was an online market for the items. And yeah, even though like it was pretty repetitive farming for the drops in that game, at the time that was all we knew. And now, with all these years of experience and how the player base has grown and evolved, the amount of complexity that you can add that people can still sink their teeth into and understand is just so crazy that if you're a thinking person and you like some complexity and, even some pretty meaningful combat, it's not Dark Souls, it's not Sekiro by any stretch of the imagination for meaningful combat interactions and asking you to have crazy reactions or predictions. But it does have a pretty fair amount of that actually in the gameplay. That's not just your character just number checking all of the combat. You're not just stat checking the game. There's some of that to an extent, and but it's got a good balance, I'd say, and that's kind of where the genre and the spirit of the game is, where you can outstat some of the mechanics eventually. But that's a later game. That's the power fantasy of late games where you can outstat the mechanics, and so I think they're doing a great job carrying that Diablo 2 torch and the spirit of it. And I'm excited to play. I'll be playing probably. Oh, geez. I kind of want to do Wolfpack. Now that he said that they're like specifically trying to make Wolfpack a thing. But it might not have the ease of play, but I don't really care about that either. I don't know. I know a lot of people will probably be doing that too, and people have already seen The Witch, but I haven't played The Witch yet. I know The Witch will be easy. I'll be able to play through everything with The Witch just fine, because they're not really doing anything to nerf or buff The Witch build. I can just follow last patch's build. I don't, I don't know. I mean, everybody. I mean, the Druid is the hot new thing, but it's kind of a novelty, honestly, because eventually, I'll play everything. So the Witch is still new to me. I haven't played through the whole thing with the Witch, or the Mercenary, or the Monk, or the Warrior. So there's still plenty of options for me personally uh, to play through the whole thing with and try to get the late game with. I've only done the Sorceress, and of the Sorceress, I've only done the Stormweaver. I don't think there's a ton of difference between ascendancies. There's obviously some builds, like the very specific builds between the ascendancies, but I'd like to play each class at least once. So right now, the Wolfpack does seem like a fun build, but it's not ensured to be late game viable. They are right now testing it, but it's only a few days. They only have a few days of testing. So I think I'll probably just go with the Witch just to make sure I can do all the content and try to push a little bit further this time than I did last time. Even though killing and spreading that contagion is kind of hard sometimes, when it works, it works really well. I think that there's just something I need to do to kind of do some base level of damage to the whole pack, and that's where the other abilities come in, like the totem I can put down and stuff like that, to just like make sure I kill one mob. I think the most interesting thing about this has been that discussion around how they have the monster effectiveness budget for the pack size, the monster effectiveness, and then they have a monster budget that they can fill up, and how that scales. Because effectively, what they're doing is reducing the budget, but not the effectiveness, and they're not increasing the effectiveness while reducing the budget. It's kind of some levers they have to pull to make different builds viable. And overall, I think we'll see that the end game is a lot easier, period. End of story. And that, like, the super chaining lightning skills aren't as required, but with a smaller pack, that means that the chains of the lightning will hit the same target more times. So they'll still be good, but it'll just essentially make, I think it'll essentially make the super clearing builds still better, but not the only viable ones. I mean, there's going to be this level where I think overall you just don't need to focus on defense as much, because without being swarmed, you're not going to get hit hardly ever, unless maybe you're unless you're a melee class, and even then you're going to get hit less. So I think overall this will be essentially almost exclusively an easier patch that you can focus on damage for longer. Maybe on the super juiced mechanics like Abyss and such, you might still get a screen full of enemies. But it's not like the maps are going to be empty either. It's just that they aren't going to scale to that crazy extent in the same way. It might just be, just slightly. You just don't need to worry about getting surrounded as much. So defense is a little less useful. So you can go. You're probably not going to ever use a focus, is my worry. Why would I use a focus now? Because they buff staffs so much, and staffs are now the offensive option, where wand and focus is the defensive option. Why would I ever use a wand and focus unless they're perfect, right? They have to be like really, really perfect, better than my staff comparatively. And also, where does shields come into play? Unless you're like a shield charging warrior. It seems like they were really, really strong. I think they did nerf the shields in an earlier patch where you can't get the block chance so high, but it seems seemingly to me with like less projectiles on the screen, less mobs on the screen, it's gonna even doing like those partial sprints, it's gonna be really hard to hit me just without any just me walking around with a character like the contagion essence drain contagion witch. uh I mean, it's gonna be a lot easier for me to kill that one monster I put contagion on too, because the pack's smaller. So, it's not nothing. There's still gonna be a pack, just a smaller pack. So, just less kill threat on the player. It's gonna be interesting. I really want to look forward and see in softcore and hardcore what builds rise to the top when there's just a little bit less kill threat on the player getting swarmed. Because I don't know if there's anything necessarily now. Maybe like some of the melee characters. I think this might be a huge melee buff. Actually, it's mainly the melee characters with these small AOE's that I would be worried about. Typically playing that could come into the forefront here. That if you do one big mace slam that critically hits and it was overkilling a small group of monsters, now it could just be enough to kill the only pack of monsters now that the packs are smaller. So it could be a good warrior patch or a good monk patch. Or a melee spear might not feel so bad with a smaller pack. And also the druid itself with its melee animal forms is probably going to do pretty well. And even the werewolf, the non-lightning forms, even the cold form and the werewolf and the fire form and the bear. Even though the bear seems like it has a lot of AoE, the bear seems like it has a lot of clear in general. I think the bear's going to do really well. And maybe even the werewolf. The wyvern, now that we know that the ignite stacks on bosses, it's basically sounds like your boss ability is to try to get a huge burn on the boss. Uh, that should be fine too, because the lightning typically doesn't do as much single target damage because it's all about chaining. So you clear with the lightning. But he said you could also clear with the flame breath if you spec into it, so that's interesting. But I have gotta go. That'll be the stream for today. 6.5 hours. Pretty good. Pretty long stream. We went over the patch. We played through Act 1 on Essence Drain Lich, and we got the latest up to date interview information with Jonathan, the dev, the lead game designer. And thank you all for joining me. It's good to be back streaming again, and I hope you all enjoy your time leading up to the patch. Not sure when we'll be back, but I'm going to try to get back into the habit of doing this so that we can be good to go for the new league launch. And I don't normally put out build guides or anything, just, follow along and whatever. If I find something that's working for me, it might just be an Essence Drain Contagion Lich, which is already solved and out there. Or we might mess around with, I don't know, I like Werewolf Pack Leader, sounds like a pretty cool theme. Burninator Wyvern sounds like a pretty cool theme too. And the bear just looks flat out really strong. All of its abilities are kind of AoE screen clearing things that also ignite. So, that being said, I'm going to sign off, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye.